Botulu, Abiabias, Kabiako, Attack by those wishing, make out by those Balushi, make out along my head. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument, 10 strings, and upon the sorcery, upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph from the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither does the fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and all works of iniquities do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, O Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Lord, for lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. For my horn shall I exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire of my enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree. He shall soar like a cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in no age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Emeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka, El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok Lolam Wahed, Baruch Shem Kabo Makuto Lolam Wahed, Baruch Kabo Lohim in Kolom Lekayom, Hallelujah Lolam Wahed. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I'm going to a few things. But before I go into the chapter of the day, or the chapter that I'm going to go into, which is Deuteronomy 8, I'm going to hit two spots. I want to hit two spots in the Apocrypha. Y'all can go to Deuteronomy chapter 8, right? Our objective and the reason why we are here is to better ourselves with God. This is why we are here. This is your goal. This is why we read. But in order to better yourself with God, you have to believe. So if you don't believe, then that means you're not accepting what you're reading. Because in order to believe this, you have to accept it.
Right.
So there's stages in believing, in your belief getting strengthened and all these things going down with yourself. You have to accept this to be lawful and right according to what God says. In the Psalms, he said, O Most High, just and right is he. In whatever command or statute that you come across that you don't agree with, you have to allow and make yourself agree with it. Because nothing that God, none of his laws or his commandments is unjust or wrong or cruel, or you could say, well, it ain't right. Because the only one that's not just is us. We the one that has been unjust with God. We the one that turned our backs on God. So now when the Creator or when God turned his back on you and certain things go on in your life, and then because of you, it trickles down to your children. Now you want to ask God why. Why did this happen? But that baby was innocent. Oh, he wasn't doing, he was a good man. But why did this happen to this good woman, but you wasn't good in the eyes of God? You was only good in your frame of mind. In our frame of mind, our terminology of what good is does not correlate with what God said is good. It doesn't correlate with what God said is good. And that's when we need to, that's why I always say it. We got to reprogram ourselves. We got to program ourselves to accept the things that God accepts. Look what the Creator told Cain. They both sent up offerings. But only Abel's offering was accepted. Why? Because Abel was accepted. Abel was accepted. It never mentioned what Abel did to get accepted by God. And it never mentioned what Cain did to get not accepted by God. He knew when he wasn't accepted by God, when that offering was not accepted. Bing, he realized it. Wow, I'm not accepted. God don't accept me. And that's when the world becomes upside down. These people in this book that we read about depended on God 100%. And they were able to perceive through certain things in their life that transpired that God did not accept them. So the Creator, he had his countenance fell. Cain's countenance fell. And he was saddened, like a father and a mother, angry at their child, ignoring their child, their son or their daughter. You're going to be sad. You're going to feel the way. Why? Because a child always wants to be accepted in the eyes of their parents. The same thing, it was the same relationship with the people, with these people and with God. So God approached and came to Cain. And he asked him, he said, why is your countenance falling? Parents know there's something wrong with their kids. Pop Deuce, Ema, hey, come here, man. I noticed ever since I said this and this or did this and this to you, you've been acting a little weird. You ain't acting yourself. He said, what's up with you? Huh? Yeah, what's up with you? You don't explain, you don't see nothing. I said, yeah, I know you, boy. I know something wrong with you. Go ahead, get out of my face. That's how parents is with their kids, their children. And that's how God was with the nation of Israel, with these people. But before there was a nation which was first in thought in God's head, first in thought, there was mankind and womankind that served God. It was just mankind and womankind that served God. But the people, through iniquity, when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, then the grain of evil seed was sown in the heart of man. And if it was sown in the heart of man, believe me, it's in women, children, it's in everybody. We all have that evil seed in us, man. We all that's what it is. That's why I said it in the last week that we are naturally inclined to wickedness. Yeah. In order to be inclined to righteousness, you got to know the book. You got to know the book. And then if you know the book, you got to accept it and believe it and then put in works. And then you can transform your whole DNA to lean towards God and his will. So the Most High told Cain, he said, if you do it's good. If you do it's well. He said, I will exalt you. But if you don't do good, he said, sin lie at the door. And it's going to desire you. Unto thee shall it be your desire. Unto you shall it be your desire. It's going to desire you. So now the only way that iniquity don't desire you, I have to do right by God. And the only way to fight this evil inclination towards wickedness, I got to do right by God. That's why the suggestion in your head first comes here and tell you to do something. And it's up to you to follow through. It comes here first, that quick.
Yeah.
That quick. That quick. And if you're not on point, now there's something you are doing that caused you to peep that or pull back or not to do it. Maybe it was you. Maybe it was your husband that you're with. The amount of righteousness and pushing that your husband is doing that caused God to pull you back. That can happen also. Maybe it's the amount of righteousness that your father is doing that caused the son and the daughter to hold them back. Because the father chose righteousness and holiness. So therefore, that's that edge. That's the boundary that I'm talking about with Job. Remember Job? Job was the only one upright. Job was the only one upright. And because of Job's uprightness with God, he built the edge around his children, his wife, his belongings. Everything that belonged to Job had an edge. An edge is a protection from the outside external forces. Nothing could touch them. But then God allowed it to hit everything around him except his wife. He said, even you could touch Job. He said, but don't touch his life.
Right.
Why? Because they had a bet in the heavens, betting that Job is going to turn on God.
It was a contest in heaven.
They gonna curse God.
So he's going to curse God.
With the contest.
He said, but thou, O God, art gracious, long-suffering, and in mercy, ordering all things. So people said, how does God have emotions like unto a man? If you're going to serve a God with no emotions, we need a God. We need to have a God that's all merciful. We need to serve a God that has some type of pity and long suffering, because if this was a God that we're serving with no mercy, we all would be dead. The world will be dead. There will be no more earth. He will have no patience. We serve a God that has patience. Long suffering, so much patience. Patience with us. And God understood that. That's why he said, I will not strive with man in his error. In this error. God said that. You know what an error is? When you did something unknowingly, by mistake. And that's why I love this God. Because we had committed iniquity unknowingly. Not knowing. I need to serve this type. This is the only God that ever said anything like this. You mean to tell me if I did something unknowingly, not knowing that this is what it is, that you will have mercy with me? That alone did it. Oh, no, I'm sticking with this. Ain't no other deity or idols ever don't move like that. We need to serve a God like this. Because in this time of age, you will get caught up in doing things unknowingly. Because people come to you, hypocrites, portraying one way, and they ain't what they're portraying to be. Right? He said, for if we sin, we are thine, knowing thy power. We transgress, but we know the power of God. But we still take a chance and violate the commandments of God. Presumptuous iniquity. We still take a chance and violate the commandments of God. You know, we have ways in us that our forefathers don't have. So when you see yourself speaking and saying things that our forefathers never said, put it in check. Put it in check. So now my Abraham had never said that. Abraham don't even thought like that. Isaac never said that. Isaac never thought like that. Throughout the whole book, You read about one man. He looked at the prophet. He says, "There's not a prophet among you." He said, "Yeah." He said, "There's a prophet." He said, "His name is Micah." He said, "But I hate him because he never prophesied good to me."
You always prophesy evil.
You ain't read nowhere in the book where somebody else said, "I hate him," or I don't like him. No. But was that prophet right? No. The other one that said, "I hate him." No, he wasn't right. No, he wasn't right with God.
That's why he didn't prophesy. That's why he didn't like the prophets.
That's why he didn't like the prophets and the prophecy, because he wasn't right by God. You didn't go around looking. Well, let me show you. Let me look. He said, "For to know thee is perfect righteousness." To know God is perfect righteousness. Yeah. To know thy power is the root of immortality. You know what immortality is? We know what immortality is. What? Forever. Forever. Huh? Forever. He said, "For neither did the mischievous inventions of men deceive us." Men came up with a lot of inventions, a lot of tricks and scams that we love to get into. We love to get into these mischievous inventions. He said, "Nor an image spotted with diverse colors." An image is a portrait or a likeness of a person that has no life, colored up. Right? He said, "The painter's fruitless labor, the sight whereof enticeth fools to lust after it." That's why people can't get rid of their images and their pictures. And so they desire the form of a dead image that had no breath. Ain't that the world today? Even Israelites have a problem getting rid of their images and their pictures. That know who God is. Why they can't get rid of it? Because they don't believe what they read. They don't believe none of this. He said, "Both they that made them, they that desire them, and they that worship them are lovers of evil things, and are worthy to have such things to trust upon." Right? He said, "Love righteousness, ye that be judges of the earth." Right? So in order to love righteousness, in order to be a judge, the judge has to love righteousness. Why? Because you got to judge matters. And you have to judge the matter according to the laws of God. Okay? He said, "Love righteousness, ye that be judges of the earth. Think of the Lord with a good heart." With a good heart. So if you're thinking about God with a good heart, you're not going to forward thoughts and negative thoughts. It's not going to develop here. You're not going to start thinking negatively against God. I heard people say, "Man, I don't believe nothing here." Oh, but that I believe. I believe this, man. If I don't, you should be ashamed to say that. You should be afraid to say that because you're going against the Creator, right? He said, "For forward thoughts separate from God, and His power, when it is tried, reproveth the unwise. For into a malicious soul, what? Wisdom shall not enter." What is a malicious soul? What does malicious mean? A person that is malicious has an intent to commit an unlawful act or cause harm without legal justification. So a person that has malice does things spitefully or without legal justification. Don't have a reason why they're doing it or why they're saying it. The person that give you a reason to do it or the reason to say it, you're very malice. You're a very malicious person. Malicious people has what you call a mischievous impulse. You know what a mischievous impulse is? A mischievous impulse, they usually have the emotional maturity of children, doing and saying things to annoy and embarrass people. That's what children does. That's when you have a mischievous impulse. You do things to embarrass people. You say things to embarrass people. All this has to do with your ways. In the way that God hates that how we are today. I'm not like that. Thank God. I ain't like that. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 8. Right? He said, nor dwell in the body that is subject to sin. For the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit. What is the Holy Spirit of discipline? The Holy Spirit of discipline is that little voice that talks to you to tell you, don't do that. Oh, don't say that. Oh, back up from that. Don't do that. You're violating God. That's that good spirit that comes to you and refrain you and hold you back from violating the commandments of God. But when we sin and break the law, that Holy Spirit of discipline runs from us. It runs from you. Now you don't have that guide. Now you don't have that voice guiding you towards God. He said, and remove from thoughts that are without understanding. And will not abide when righteousness cometh in. For wisdom is a loving spirit. It will not acquit a blasphemer of his word. For God is the witness of his reigns, and true beholder of his heart, and a hearer of his tongue. Tamshi.
Deuteronomy chapter 8.
Deuteronomy chapter 8.
All the commandments which I command thee this day shall ye observe to do.
All the commandments that ye observe this day, what?
Shall ye observe to do.
Observe to do. Tamshi.
That ye may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers.
We're not going to get this land without adhering to the commandments of God. Everything that took place with the nation of Israel, it was because we turned against God. He cast us out the land. We got scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. Captivity after captivity after captivity. Now, this is not a captivity. This is what you call exiled. Exile means what? You have been put out, never to return. Never to return. The Most High allowed his first house to get destroyed and desecrated, which was Shiloh. Why? Because of Hophni and Phinehas. These two guys kicked and defiled the offerings of God. The woman that was coming with their offerings, they was taking them in the back and deflowering them and having sex with them. And they were forewarned. Eli took them and warned them and warned them. And God still was angry with Eli. He said, because you didn't restrain them and put force on them. You didn't physically stop them. They kept doing it and you left them. So now what happened? These two priests dead. Eli dead. The Ark of the Covenant has been taken away, and the Shiloh has been desecrated. You're supposed to push it. So now we went a long season, a long time without the Ark, a long time without a house for God, until David came about. David thought. The intentions and the thought was good. That's what God said. He said, but you can't build the house. He said, because you got too much, you was a man of war, man. You got too much blood in your hands. So the next one in line was Solomon, King Solomon. King Solomon built the house, and he sent up that prayer. He said, the nation, when we face this place, and we sent up this prayer, he said, hearken. And hearken. So during the prayer, fire from heaven sucked up the offering, which means that prayer was accepted. It was a deal. That's another spot where God allowed it to get desecrated because of the sins of these people, because we turned against God. Tom Sheet.
Verse 2, and thou shalt remember all the way which the Lord thy God led thee these 40 years in the wilderness.
Wait a minute. He said, remember. He said, remember the way was the Lord thy God led thee these 40 years in the wilderness. Remember what God did to you. And it's a reason why God did these things to the people. It's a reason why God put you through certain things to humble you. Because sometimes we get at a certain height in life and we get too much pride start to increase and build up. God sees it. You don't see it. I don't see it, but God sees it. It's time for me to humble this guy before he ends up dead somewhere. Let me put him through this. Pop. Easy. Calm down. And that's what God did to the nation. The same way God dealt with these people, the same way God deals with us today. That's why the Creator put us through certain things to humble us. To humble us, man. Tom Sheet.
Thou shalt remember all the way which the Lord thy God led thee these 40 years in the wilderness to humble thee and to prove thee.
And to prove thee. Test you out. Put you through certain things to see if you're going to remain firm with God. Put you through certain things to see if you're going to remain and keep your integrity with God. Put you through certain situations to see if you're going to hold fast to the laws and the commandments of God. Because sometimes people go through certain things and they run. They run. Oh, yeah, they run. Go ahead.
To know what was in thine heart.
To know what was in your heart. Yes. Yes. I want to put you through this. I'm going to let this one do. That's why in the book he said, when you go to serve God, he said what? Prepare what? Prepare thy heart for what? For temptation. So don't run after every little mishap. This happened, that happened, this happened. Let me see if this person is going to hold strong. Because if the person can hold strong and overlook certain things just for the commandment of God, your heart is proven. This person has proven himself, or she has proven herself, that he or she wants to serve God. Look what I put them through. Look what I did to him here. Look what I did there. Look what I did over there. And that's how God dealt with the people that whole 40 years in the wilderness. Tom Shea.
Whether thou wouldest keep his commandments or no.
Mm-hmm.
And he humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger.
He humbled thee and made you hungry. Made you hungry. You don't think God knew that there was no food in the wilderness? Well, he put them through there and let them run through that wilderness to test them and to prove them, to see whether they truly want to serve God or not. Tom Shea.
And fed thee with manna, which thou knewest not.
What verse you at?
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
Neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of the Lord doth man live.
Uh-huh.
Thy raiment waxed not old upon thee.
40 years in the wilderness, their clothes didn't wax old. Read.
Thy raiment waxed not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Thou shalt also consider in thine heart that as a man chasteneth
thou
his
shalt
son,
also consider in thine heart, right? That as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy God chasteneth thee. Discipline, correction, chastisement, all that comes with the betterment of the child.
right.
I want to see you do better. So I got to chastise you and rebuke you. Sometimes I got to pull the rod out. Because I want to see the good in you spring out. But if I don't chastise you and rebuke you, then guess what? The child remains the same in his wretched ways. And this is why God chastises us and rebukes us and put us through certain things, because he don't want you to remain in the same wretched ways that you was born with. And the only way to remove those wretched ways is to take heed to God. Read the law. Look, the ways is what drew God towards us, man. And that's one of the things that God told the people to change. He said, amend your ways. The same people wore garments and rolled frontlet bracelet. They stayed clean. He said, but their ways was filthy before God. Your ways is something that you can't see. I can't see your ways. I can only see your ways when you speak and your actions.
You said they looked the part, right? You said they looked the part with garments and
they looked the part.
But their ways was filthy.
Their ways was filthy before God. Now I can't see your ways and you can't see my ways. The only way I can see your ways when you speak in your actions. When you run your mouth and when you start doing things. Then I can look at you and say, nah, you got some dirty ways in you, brother. What made you do this? What made you say this? Why did you do this? Why did you say this? And the person has no reason why he said or did it. Not dirty ways. Let's go.
Therefore, thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways.
Therefore, thou shalt what?
Keep the
commandments of the Lord thy God.
To walk in his ways.
To walk in his ways.
And to fear him.
And to fear him. So in order to walk in the ways of God, I got to have some type of fear in me and fear me for God. And when you're fearing God, it means to be afraid. That's the only way you're going to think twice before violating the command of God. Because you're afraid. You're scared. You're cautious. You're going to be cautious. Cautious. And I say this all the time because we got to stop thinking and looking and worried about what people thinks.
That's one of the main things.
Stop worrying yourself about what this one thinks, what that one thinks, how that one look at you, how that one look at you. Just worry about how God look at you. Please God. That's your goal. Please God. After you finish after God is your parents. But you can't break the commandment for your parents. You don't see the king? Was it Asa? His mother made a monstrous idol. She was a queen. When Asa looked, she made an idol. She said, oh, no, mother, I got to fire you from being queen. And I got to remove this monstrous idol that you put here. That got to go. And you can't be queen no more. You can't be queen no more. Go ahead, read.
He wasn't wrong for that.
No, he wasn't wrong for it. Not at all. Tom Sheet, the book can't say he was wrong. Tom Sheet. So I say that to say this. You cannot break the laws of God for your heathenistic parents. You can't break the laws of God for your heathenistic children. You can't break the laws of God for nobody. God is number one. That's why your priorities is twisted. Your priorities in life is twisted. Your priority in life, number one, is supposed to be God. But people's priorities, some people put their children above as number one priority. Some people put their jobs as number one priority. Job's going to come through. You can't take that job. They want you to work on Shabbat. And then you can't say, I observe Shabbat if you don't even look the part. He's going to look at you like, you look the same like the regular people. You don't have nothing to differentiate you or to emanate or show that you're different. So he's looking at you like you're a weirdo.
Think you're trying to get over.
Think you're trying to get over because you just don't want to work on Saturdays. Let's go read.
For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water,
a good land, a land of brooks and water. Why he mentioned that? It didn't rain like that too much. You needed to be near rivers and brooks to drink water. You need that. Sometimes they may go to the brook and dip themselves in the water and they get unclean. Come back out because they ain't had showers. Or sometimes they had a yard fenced up where you can go in your pool. We had pools and stuff back there. We wasn't cavemen. We wasn't cavemen with no sense of, come on. That's what they paint us out to be. Go ahead, read.
For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land,
Into a good land.
Of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness.
What verse you at?
Verse 9.
Okay, go ahead.
Thou shalt not lack anything in it.
That was needed. We didn't have stores.
No.
We didn't have grocery stores, supermarkets, BJ's.
Nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go. We ate from the land. Whatever the land grew up in its freshness, we ate from that. We needed that. And the most fertile land that God gave us was Jerusalem. Number one, the best. Go ahead, read.
A land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. And when thou hast eaten and art full.
And when thou art eaten and art full.
Then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God.
But the heathens, or the people that don't know God, right? They have their food. He said, all right, let's say grace. And then everybody grab their hands. We don't do that. And we bow our heads, oh, bless this food. We don't do that. That's not our culture. You know what our culture was? God said we didn't even eat the food yet. So imagine praying and giving thanks to God for this food, and before I even tasted the food, I died. I done choked. I done caught a seizure. My pops even said, I gotta do the hymen on one. So we eat first. He said, and then after you're done eating, bless God.
That's right.
All you gotta do is say Baruch Hashem. That's it. Right. You bless the name of God. Baruch Hashem. I ain't gotta say a prayer or nothing. Just say Baruch Hashem. Blessed be his name. Tamshi.
When thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good land which he hath given thee.
Where we at?
Verse 11.
Go ahead.
Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God.
Beware. Beware. Be on guard with yourself that thou forget not the Lord thy God. Be on point with yourself that you do not forget the laws of thy God.
24:8.
Be on point with yourself. We have to be on point with, because if you're not on point with yourself, you ain't gonna catch yourself.
Right.
You know, sometimes certain things come in your head and you start to go, you say, wait a minute, and you catch yourself, you say, yo, man, you say, I'm not supposed to be doing this. He said, this is against the law. And you start talking to yourself, blah, 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 and you put it in check and you pull back. That's because a person is on point with themselves. I don't know what stopped you. Something stopped you from going through with this atrocious, volatile act. Something stopped you. And sometimes people haven't developed the fear yet. Sometimes they're doing something that they haven't been doing before that caused God to turn his attention towards you, not to lead you in this volatile, atrocious act. Something you're doing. Something you're doing that caused you not to do this. Keep doing what you're doing. This how you used to do? You ain't doing that no more? Everybody need to run the tapes back and see what they're doing more that they used to do before. I'm telling you. And keep that same train going. Increase, improve with God. Don't just stay stagnated. We know laws, commandments, and statutes that we need to keep doing.
That's right.
We all know the laws of God. We all know. Tamshi.
Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God, in not keeping his commandments
Uh-huh.
and his judgments
And his
and
judgments.
his statutes,
Mhm.
which I command thee this day.
Mhm.
Lest when thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built goodly houses and dwelt therein, and when thy herds and thy flocks multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that thou hast is multiplied, then thine heart be lifted up.
When you're doing good, my cattle, I got a lot of cattle, I got a good job, I got money saved in the bank, savings, and my account. You hold it. He said, everything is going good with you. He said, beware of yourself that your heart don't get lifted up. He said, be careful. Because people end up doing good and then pride starts to take over. Their heart starts to get real proud and they start giving proud speeches. I'm good. I got this. You ain't good. You ain't never good. He said, say not. God said in the book, it said that. He said, don't say that. Don't say that. Go ahead, read. Then thy heart be not lifted up.
And thou forget the Lord thy God,
Uh-huh.
who brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage.
You see how many times that was mentioned? We cannot forget what God did for you. We tend to forget the things that God delivered us out from. And we tend, after we forgot the things that God delivered us out from, we revert back to our stupidity, to our foolishness. But we always got to use these certain things as a remembrance. As a remembrance. And the only way to keep these things as a remembrance, the only thing that will keep your spirit humbled, check yourself. Could I check myself? I'm more humble when I'm reading more and I'm praying more. My spirit is more humbled when I'm in that book more and I continue and I pray more. That's when your spirit is much more humble. God said this will humble you, man. It will humble you. And your mind will be more on the things that my mind needs to be on. Tom Sheet.
Who led thee through that great and terrible wilderness.
Great and terrible wilderness.
Wherein were fiery
serpents, scorpions,
and
drought,
where there was no water.
Who
brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint.
Tom
Who fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not, that he might humble thee, and that he might prove thee to do thee good at the latter end. And thou say in thine heart, my power and the might of mine hand have gotten me this wealth. But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he sware unto thy fathers, as it is this day. And it shall be, if thou do at all forget the Lord thy God, and walk after other gods, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you this day.
What verse you at?
Verse 19.
Oh, man. He said, but thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant which he sware unto thy fathers, as it is this day. And it shall be, if thou at all forget the Lord thy God, and walk after other gods, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you this day that ye shall perish. And we perished. It happened. Yeah. We all perished. The book said there always, as long as there's a sun and the moon, there's always going to be Israel. The book said that, but it ain't going to be a lot. It's very few. That's why in the book, it said, my people shall hear my voice. A stranger will not follow. So if you doing these laws, you're God's people. You ain't pushing up on God and doing these laws, then you're a stranger. It's the same word. Stranger also means sojourner. It don't mean a sojourner shall not follow. It means a stranger, which means in certain contexts, in certain scripts, when you read, certain parts mean sojourner, certain parts mean stranger.
So, look at that.
Tom Sheet.
As the nations which the Lord destroyed before your face, so shall ye perish.
Go to Deuteronomy 27. 27, verse 11. Wait, let me see. Huh? Yeah, go to verse 9. 27 verse 9. Deuteronomy 27 verse 9.
And Moses and the priests, the Levites, spake unto all Israel, saying, Take heed and hearken, O Israel, this day thou art become the people of the Lord thy God.
Take heed and hearken, O Israel. He said, today is the day that you become the people of God. Why was God able to accept this nation at this time, and why he didn't accept them when they first got out of Egypt? That's a question. Think. Why did God say he accept them now? Well, why didn't God accept them when they left out of Egypt? Because I'm just knowing you. I'm just knowing you. So now I got to put you through certain grounds and certain tests. I got to prove you to see if you're able to be accepted by me. And don't you see how this is the same way a man deal with a woman? Man talk with a woman, he don't immediately call her his girl, and she don't immediately call him her husband or her man. Well, we're going through the first stages. We're knowing each other. I'm trying to learn him, and he's trying to learn me. They're both trying to learn each other. Then after they learn each other and they're able to cope with their negatives, that's what it is. Because we both got negatives in us. Negative things in us that we need to muffle and work on. If I'm not able to deal with it, sometimes the negatives is muffled. And it don't come out 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. You say, oh, I didn't know he was like this. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know she was like this. Mm-hmm. And then next day, that put the distance between the two people. Hold on. That's the same way God deals with the nation. He had to prove them and put them through certain things and restraints to prove their heart with God first. So now the Most High went to the people. He said, today you have been, what?
You have become the people.
You have become the people of the Lord thy God.
Thou shalt therefore obey the voice of the Lord thy God and do his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people. When you are come over Jordan, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Joseph and Benjamin. And these shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse.
These are two large mountain range. You know how far apart Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim was from each other? It wasn't nothing close by. It was nothing close by. I forgot how many miles in separate it was. Go ahead, read.
Reuben, Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall speak and say unto all the men of Israel with a loud voice. Cursed be the man that maketh any graven or molten image.
Cursed be the man that maketh a graven or molten image. Your automatic curse. What is graven? The word for graven is fesel. It don't mean graven. Fesel means graven. Graven has to deal with like sculpture. When you take a piece of wood and you sculpture out a lion head or an image or something that's engraved. A fesel is an idol. An idol is what? An idol is an image, or it can be a representation of a god used as an object of worship. It could be two things. Okay? And the word molten image, right, is a maseka. Maseka is a mask. A mask. We didn't use mask. Those were African cultures, Egyptian cultures, where they made masks. They put the mask on, and they did what they had to do. Some mask was for invoking spirits. Some mask was used for doing this. Some mask was used for doing this. We didn't use mask. Okay? He said, an abomination unto God. An abomination is what? A thing that causes disgust and hatred. So when we do these things, God grows hatred and disgust and has disgust in us because we start doing things
that he despised. We got to learn the things and understand the things that God hates and stay away from it so that God don't hate you, so that God don't disgust you. So we got to stay away from these things. Go ahead, read.
An abomination unto the Lord, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and put it in a secret place. Nor the people
and put it in a secret place. You know you're not supposed to be bringing no abominable things inside here, but then you bring it in and hide it. You bring it in and you hide it without the head knowing. So while it's hidden, things is going. Listen, these things brings evil spirits. It starts friction. No, I used to be young man. He said, "Man, what's going on here?" He said, one of y'all in here doing something here they ain't got no business doing." Why? Because this ain't supposed to be happening. This ain't supposed to happen. And that was his mind frame. That's the mind frame that we need to begin to acquire. What are you doing that's causing this trouble? What are you doing? What are we doing? What am I doing that's causing this? Or what are you not doing that's causing this? See, God put us through certain things and caused certain things to happen to pull you out of that dormant state, to push you towards righteousness and start doing the laws and the commandments and the things that you're supposed to be doing. Or stop. Stop doing what you're not supposed to be doing.
Wake up, slip.
Top sheet.
And all the people shall answer and say, so be it.
So be it. So be it. Which means what? They accepted. They agreed.
That's right.
They accepted.
So be it.
They agreed.
Right.
You know, the majority of these people today, they don't accept nothing in this book. They pick and choose what they want to accept. They pick and choose what they want to agree with. I agree with this, but that's one of the things I definitely agree. Man, you're speaking with such affirmity. Oh, would it be God that you speak like that for all of his laws? Speak like that for all his laws. You'd be a good look. You be the most. You be the one. Go ahead, read.
Cursed be he that set it light by his father.
Cursed be he that set it light. By who?
By his father.
His father.
Or his mother.
Or his mother. What does set light means? The word set light in the Hebrew is nikle. Nikle means lightly esteem. When you lightly esteem your mother and your father, you have no regard, right? Now, when you have no regard for your father and your mother, you don't have that protective interest. That's a protective interest that the child's supposed to have with their parents. So don't get misconstrued and get crazy at us. When we get crazy for you and over possessive, you said, man, what am I doing? Man, go get him. Quick, fast, grab her. You just got that interest in you. We want to see you good. We don't want to see you. I mean, that's the interest that a child or children supposed to have that children don't have.
That don't exist today.
It don't exist today.
It don't exist. It don't for real. It don't exist today.
Very rare. You can find some with that, and they don't even know who God. And you could count them. It's a small percentage that have it naturally. It's a very small percentage, man. It's a protective interest or care, consideration, and attentive towards your parents. Attentive means what? I was in debate. You didn't hear me call you? No, because you ain't paying me no mind. You're not attentive.
You're on them.
If I was attentive, I will be attentive to their voice. Once I hear their voice, I'm coming. I'm here. Hey, what's up? What's up, Iman? What's up? Y'all need something? Go ahead, read.
Verse 17. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmark.
Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmark. You know, we have land. This is my land. From here back is your land. You have people that will take their boundary, their fence, and move the fence 5 acres back so that they can gain land. But I didn't read that nowhere in the book. These are things that our forefathers didn't do. They didn't go around stealing and taking landmark and doing this and doing this. They didn't do that. The only thing that these people had a problem with was serving gods of wood and stone, following after the ways and the customs of the heathens, and changing their ways. So guess what? We got to realize something. Woman and man, you will never reach the height of righteousness that these people reached. The man or the woman. You can't reach the height of righteousness of none of these people. Every last one of these people that are reading here is better than you and me. It's better than you and me. We're worse than them, men. The woman, you're worse than the woman here. You know why? Because God already told you. He said, pattern your ways after Sarah. He said, man, he said, pattern your ways after Abraham. Read that's your what? Those are your examples. The example to follow. That's Sarah. For the woman. Read about the righteous woman and the things that they did and apply it and put it towards your daily living so that you can draw God's attention towards you, man. Go ahead.
Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way.
Cursed be he that causeth the blind to wander. The word for wander is mashgeh, means to fall into error. So a person that's expounding or teaching the laws of God cannot tell a person contrary or teach contrary from what the book says.
Well done.
You can't do that. You can't say things like that. Because you're teaching contrary to what the laws of God says. So now I'm leading the blind astray. Or you have people that would take the blind man and lead him and say, hey, where's the street at? And tell him right there, that's the wall. You have people like that. They did that to a blind man before. Let him into the wall. So the dude is walking into the wall. Zechariah had to run and grab him. He said, hey, man, stop him. He said, yo, you walking into the wall. Grabbed him and they showed him and took him where he had to go.
And all the people shall say, so be it.
So be it.
Cursed be he that perverted the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, and widow. And all the people.
Cursed be he that perverted the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, or widow. These are 3 people that God cares about. Stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Right? To pervert means to change from its original form or original state. Perversion has become a form of human behavior. Do we accept that? We are all perverts. Yeah. You know why I say we're all perverts? Because we do our own thing and we change and we have perverted our ways. And we're against God. A pervert don't mean you gotta be fondling little kids. You're a pervert when you change the order.
That's right.
You have been perverted when you change the standard and the curriculum that God has set up. Yeah, it's a form of our human behavior in which deviates from what God considers normal. When you go off, and when you start to deviate from what God accepts, you're a pervert. You have been perverted. I don't like this. You're a pervert. I don't accept this. You're a pervert. I don't agree with this. You're a pervert.
I don't know about this.
I accept this, but God don't accept it. You're a pervert. Yeah.
And God frowns at pervert.
God frowns at pervert. Tom, see?
And all the people shall say, so be it.
So be it.
Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife.
Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
Because he uncovereth his father's skirt.
Hold up.
Uh-oh.
Skirts. The word for skirt is kanaf. You know what kanaf means? Extremity.
Uh-oh.
Extremity is what? A limb of the body, such as the arm and legs.
Uh-oh.
That is your nakedness.
Uh-oh.
It never said that my arm is talking about the woman's arm.
Uh-oh.
I can show my arm, and God ain't gonna look at me and say I'm exposing my extremity, because the nakedness of man and the nakedness of woman is what?
Two different things.
Is what? What else?
Two different.
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 It's not the same,
We're not equal.
because God didn't make us the same, and we are not
We're
equal.
not equal.
So there's certain things that I can do that God will frown on you for doing.
Right.
This is why our woman, that's why you see my mother put on long sleeves. That's why you see we tell the woman, don't walk around showing your thighs and calves. Don't walk around doing all that, because you're naked.
I don't know my mother to wear short sleeve, not even in the house.
Yeah. You don't wear shorts in the house. And that was the training of her husband.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
training.
Yeah.
The husband has to train his wife in the fear of God, how to follow God, the laws that is accepted of God, and the things that is not accepted of God.
Pioneers. Pioneers.
Tom sheet.
And all the people shall say, so be it.
Uh-huh.
Cursed be he that lieth with any manner of beast.
Cursed be he that lieth with any manner of beast. Who did that? The Greeks, Romans. They'll grab your horse and pump him up. Next thing, he in the field with the sheep. Next thing you catch him, he in there with cows. Next thing, dog laid up with Mary Lou. Say, this is my lover. We had a woman like that. I seen a woman like my father said. She said, man, the only man that comes in my bed is Samson. She named the dog Samson. Bestiality. And this is what drove God to disperse these people, these pagan nations. People say, oh, why God? Why God? Called and made it. They said to destroy this nation and to wipe out this nation and wipe out this nation because their iniquity had reached to the heights. These are the same people that like to have sex with cows.
That's right. And cats.
And cats.
Come on, man.
They say it's
Down, down.
We had a dude that came to the hospital
With a stuck
with a trench coat. The doctor came, look. I said, what's wrong with you, sir? What's the problem? The man removed the trench coat, T Black. The cat is stuck on him. They had to do surgery. He killed the cat.
True story. Very true.
And that's what these nations did. And their iniquity got disgusting in the eyes of God.
Too much. Too much.
Too much. There's no reparation. There's no repair. Now I got to kill you. Now I got to wipe you out. Now I got to wipe you out. Tom sheet.
Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and all the people shall say, so be it.
Cursed be he that who? What verse you
Cursed
at?
be, verse 22.
Uh-huh.
Cursed be he that lieth with his sister,
Uh-huh.
the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and all the people
Cursed
shall
be he that lieth with his sister. The daughter of who?
the daughter of his father,
The daughter of his father,
or the daughter of his
or the
mother,
daughter of his mother.
and all the people
My
shall
sister could be, we can have the same mother, but different fathers. Or we can have the same fathers, but different mothers. She's still my sister. She's still my sister.
That's your stepsister.
That's not my stepsister, Tom. She.
or the daughter of his mother, and all the people shall say, so be it.
So be it.
Cursed be he that lieth with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say, so be it.
So be it.
Cursed be he that smiteth his neighbor secretly.
Cursed be he that smiteth his neighbor secretly. And all the people shall say, so be it. I didn't confront them up front. I hid myself, and I snuck them, and I smote them. Tom Sheep.
Cursed be he that taketh reward to slay an innocent.
Those are hitmen. You done took a man's life without justifiable reason by God. How you gonna kill that man and there's no reason, and you don't have a reason why you're taking his life? He didn't violate the commandment of God.
Hallelujah.
Shabbat shalom.
Hallelujah. Go ahead and teach, man. Emma, princess. Hallelujah.
Time sheet.
Verse 25. Cursed be he that taketh reward to slay an innocent person. And all the people shall say, so be it.
So be it.
Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them. And all the people shall say, so be it.
Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law, and all the people shall say, so be it. The word for confirm is kuf yod mem, Sophie. It means to fulfill, to do as required. What is the thing that God requires of us? But to serve God and keep his commandments. That's the only thing that God requires of us. To do these laws, commandments, and statutes. We have a great man amongst us. Chief Principal. Chief Principal, man. And I'm going to come down and give my respects and due to the Chief Prince.
Hallelujah.
Call up a speaker, a teacher indeed. One of my great leaders, Chief Principal.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. First of all, I want to give all glory unto the God of our fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, the maker, owner, possessor of heaven and earth, and all that it is. Shepherd. I want to give respect to a great mother, princess. You know what I mean? Who I always would respect, and was an excellent wife.
Hallelujah.
That's right. I thank God for you, and I thank God for the elder, not the elder, but the older man of the house, Chief Mikhail, Chief Shammah, Chief Malak, and the family. Most of God bless us all.
Hallelujah.
I'm honored and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to see that we're holding it down. Because we are a people that God created for his glory. A people that God created that has the ability, the capability to set the world right. Just like people follow us in things that we do, whether it's good or bad. You wear your pants down here. We got Indian people wearing pants down here now. People that still live in culture.
That's right.
We got people following us in things that we do. But we were created by God to attract people to the Lord's statutes and commandments of the Almighty. That's our sole purpose. And it will only be seen in us if we get excited about this God.
That's right.
You can't be cool and calm about this God and think about what you're going to do after the sun go down.
That's right.
In the time of God.
That's right.
You understand? We cannot do like that. It's God over everything.
That's right.
And that's so important because God created us to bring the world to him. They made a religion off our plight and off our portion.
Yeah.
It's called Christianity.
That's right.
You understand? You don't go through no JC to get to God. No. You go through the nation of Israel to get to God. That's right. Because in Isaiah 2, The prophet Isaiah, the anointed of God. God spoke to him, telling him what?
The word that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. And it shall come to pass in the last days.
In the last days. What you mean the last days? The last days of ignorance and foolishness. That when people realize, because we acknowledge who we are, and there's going to be a remnant out of those that return back to God that's going to do this wholeheartedly. And it's going to bring forth a light in us that's above all the families that are upon the face of the earth. And we're going to begin to let them know and see that there's one way to serve God, and that's the way Moses brought the Lord out from the mountain.
Oh, that's right.
Everything else is man-made up. It's called religion.
That's right.
And you can't make up a religion and put God in it.
That's right.
Because it's already been told to thee, oh man, what's good for thee. Fear God and keep his commandments, for that is the whole duty of man. It says, even after hearing your point, my point, this one's point, that one's point, the end of the matter is fear God and keep his commandments.
That's
right? So that will bring you right back to what? The way of Israel.
That's right.
Given to us by our God. So it says, in the end of the days, in the end of idolatry. Come on.
That the mountains of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountain.
As established as the top of the mountain. Because if we go at God with all our heart, soul, and might, when the sun go down, we still God.
That's right.
You understand? There's things that we just don't do.
That's right.
And when you get excited by God, God will forewarn you.
That's right.
You just got to pay attention when it comes to mind. Should I do this? Don't seem right.
That's
don't
right.
do it.
That's right.
When
That's
it's doubt,
right.
leave it out.
That's right. That's
you understand?
right.
If it ain't right,
That's
we ain't
right.
not supposed to do this.
That's right.
We do what's right before the Almighty God.
That's right.
It says if you want success in life, fear God and keep his commandments.
Yeah.
And he'll give you the desires of your heart.
Of your heart. That's right.
But desires of our heart and righteousness
That's right.
would be like what King Melech Solomon asked for.
That's right.
Give me an understanding heart, Lord, so I can work with the people. You understand? This don't mean nothing. Jewelry don't mean nothing. You understand? Because God don't look at you at your outer appearance. He look at your heart.
That's right.
Are you coming to me in truth?
That's right.
Or do we mean this, or are we showboating?
Yeah.
Showboat ride? You know what I mean? It's God over everything.
That's right.
And that's what we got to realize, and our task come when the sun go down.
That's right.
That we still holy and righteous before God.
That's right.
And things that we just don't do before people. You understand? They legalize marijuana.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
But there's spiritual people that's going to come out of Christianity that look at it as a drug. So if we're fishing and hunting, do you think it's wise to be sitting in front of everybody smoking weed?
No.
You pick your time and place for things. You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
Because we got to win friends. And we got to influence people to a better way of life.
Right.
And it's all about
That's right.
holiness and righteousness.
That's right.
Nothing forward or perverse should come out of our mouths.
Yeah.
You understand?
No.
Israelites ain't supposed to be cursing.
That's right.
Israelites shouldn't have no F word in their mouth.
That's right.
Understand? And we learn as we grow. We learn as we get older.
Yeah.
We learn because it's in our heart to please God, because he's highly to be praised.
Yeah.
He's not just, oh, hallelujah. That don't mean nothing.
That's right.
It don't mean nothing if you ain't the message that you bring in the song that you say.
That's right.
It don't mean nothing. We have to give God
It's just for show.
our all.
That's right.
Our all. And we become a better people. So if we ain't excited about this God, then we ain't in it.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. Come on.
And shall be exalted above the hills.
So the mountain of the Lord's house shall be, it's commanded, it shall be established, and it will be exalted above the hills. What's the mountains of the Lord's house? The place where we gather. The mountain is the nation of Israel. You understand? Because God said, Israel is my son, my firstborn. God said, you, Israel, out of all the families upon the earth, have I only known.
That's right.
That's why our punishment is so grievous.
So great. Right.
Because he gave us what he didn't give the nation.
Right.
We're supposed to put on the greatest show on earth.
That's right.
Not Ringling Brothers.
That's right.
We put on the greatest show
That's
on
right.
earth. It's called the holiness, righteousness.
That's right.
Because this God is king over all the earth. Huh? Gracious in mercy. Slow to anger. That means if we don't make it, it's because we don't want to make it.
That's right.
Because he's slow to anger.
That's right.
Plenteous in mercy.
Plenteous in mercy. That's
You
right.
understand? He's plenteous in mercy.
That's right.
So you can't have vanity on our hearts greater than what's spoken out of the mouth of the Almighty God.
That's right.
So the mountains will be established as the top of the mountain will be established as the top of the mountain. Good.
And all nations shall flow unto it.
No, who?
And all nations shall flow unto it.
So white folks are going to be chosen too.
That's right.
White for everybody is God's son.
That's right.
Oh, but we the firstborn. And what
That's
the
right.
firstborn son get? Our inheritance.
Right.
Our inheritance. And what's the inheritance given to us by God? The recipe of life. How to live
That's right.
and please God.
That's right.
Come on.
And many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of God, of the God of Jacob.
What? To the house of the God of Jacob. They're going to put down religion.
Yeah.
Islam and Christianity.
Buddhism.
But that don't mean we go to Christians and talk all kind of ignorance to them. Why? Because you got Christians that got better hearts than them.
That's right. That's right.
True story.
That's
You
right.
understand? That believe that what they're doing and won't do half of the things that we would do.
That's right.
You understand?
That's
So
right.
God will wake them up and replace you,
That's right.
us, with them.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Because God is a heart checker.
That's right. Check your heart. That's right.
He's a mind checker.
That's right.
He's a soul checker.
That's right.
So the nations are going to say, yo, come, let us go up to the top of the mountain, to the house of the God of Jacob. That's how we get introduced.
Right.
Like how we got introduced to this way of life was Shabbat.
That's right.
Huh? This never ceases.
Never.
Never
Never stop.
ceases.
Never stop.
And when you go as far as to open up your house to people to come in and worship, God see that. That's why you make this holy. You make this righteous.
That's right.
You endure in it when adversity comes before you, because adversity has to come, because we have to be tried.
That's right.
In
That's
the
right.
furnace
That's
of
right.
adversity.
That's right. You gotta,
We
that's
have
right.
to be tried in the furnace of
That's right.
adversity, like gold is tried.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Because many are the ills of the righteous. Ain't that being tried?
That's right.
Lord, I serve you, and so. This one hit louder. I can't hit that. You got something better than louder. You mess around hit louder, you don't even serve God no more.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Teach that. Huh?
That's right.
We got an inheritance that lives.
Yeah.
Money come and go. Our inheritance lives.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
It's passed down to generation to generation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want my name blotted out.
Mm-hmm.
My house name blotted out. If I'm the first out of my house that God called back into this way, like, you think I want it dead?
No. No, you don't want it.
Y'all don't want your Abba's name dead?
No.
Your Abba fought too hard, but he'll stand up against 1,000,000. He'll stand up against 1,000,000. Ain't nobody got to be on his side on what he thought was right.
That's right.
That's what you got to be proud of, man. That when this day come, or any days, or even if it's regular days, we're holy before God.
That's right.
In all that we do.
That's right.
And that's what we got to learn about.
Every day.
You understand? We got to have consideration.
That's right.
We got to have time. That's why you do what you got to do early. And then in the evening, you got to have time, meditation time.
That's right.
Where it's just you and God.
That's right. That's
Lay
right.
back and let God show you you. so that you can get rid of the you that ain't gonna pay him good.
That ain't no good.
Sorry.
Come on, man. That's
What I'm talking
right.
about? Yeah.
That's right.
The us that ain't no good. I'm still seeing me.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
And I'm not fighting against it. And I don't let anger prevail over what's right.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you going to justify yourself, of course, feeling like you feel about this and that. But there's no justification, man, for wrong.
That's right. That's right.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. So come on.
And he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his path.
This is what the nations are saying.
Yeah.
So who are we? The Christianity teaches we got to go through JC to learn anything. That's our portion. Our portion was so great, they made a God out of it. Woo! You understand what I'm saying? They made a God out of our portion. If people got to come through us, we're like saviors, but all things come from God, so God is the Savior.
Okay.
That's right.
You understand?
That's right. That's right.
God ain't no joke, man.
That's
I
right.
thank him, man. Listen. I get up in the morning, I say my prayers, and I fight that spirit. He ain't gotta say, because I add on things that would help me, that would enlighten me, that would correct me in my prayers. And sometimes you get up, man, you ain't gotta say, that's long, man. I fight that evil spirit. Fight that spirit. And give it to God.
That's right.
Fight it and give it to God, man. Sometimes my eyes be burning, man. And that's an excuse, man. And I get mad that I don't know it by heart.
Yeah.
So I learned a lot of it by heart now, man. God is good, man. He's all we got. He's our salvation. God over everything.
That's right. For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem.
So it ain't coming out of the Vatican City.
No.
It ain't coming out of Mecca.
No.
Huh? And it ain't coming from the rich.
No.
No, man.
No.
God said he like the contrite spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Those that tremble. Hear me? Those that tremble at his word.
His word. That's right.
You understand?
That's
So
right.
that the word of God got to live within us.
That's right.
It has to be seen within us.
That's right. That's right.
And this is what we got to know.
That's right.
When people meet us, they supposed to have met somebody.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's right.
It's a closeness encounter with someone of God.
Mm-hmm.
You don't never want to be caught common where people can mistake you. We should be shamed. Because God created us. Our nation, we got priests.
Yeah.
And the only priest that exists is the priest of Israel. No other nation got priests.
Yeah.
They got priests of their false gods and idolatry.
Yeah.
Gods you buy out the store and hang on the wall and don't never save nothing. You go in the house and rob it, and the God never said, thou should not steal. Put that back. Don't say nothing. But God said they have eyes, but they see not, mouths, and they speak not.
Right.
You understand? So it's important we understand this, family. That we the priests of God to the world.
Yeah.
We got our own personal priests that come out of the line of Aaron, Adon Aharon,
That's right.
and Eleazar and them. Our own personal priests. But we're supposed to be so holy and right that when nations see us, they think we priests.
Yeah.
He said that we should be like priests.
Like priests.
We can't be like priests with FU in the mouth.
No. That's right.
Huh? We can't be like priests screwing this one and screwing that one.
That's right. All over.
You can't be like priests doing that.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
You cannot
That's right.
be priests
Feel it.
not putting God first
See it. That's right.
above desires.
Of your own desires. That's right.
You understand?
That's right. You right.
So he give us, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. So I'm concentrating on what that one God commands of me, because they're not askments, they're commandments.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right.
The Lord our God is one.
That's right.
And thou should love the Lord thy God with all. These words mean something. Thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command upon thee shall be where? In our hearts.
That's right.
You understand?
That's right.
And thou shalt
That's a command.
Teach your children diligently.
That's a command.
Diligently.
That's right.
Meaning we're watchful over them. When you teach them diligently.
With love.
Right?
That's right.
It says what? When you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you wake up.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? And these words which I command these should be in your heart.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
And we should bind them for signs upon our hands. We wore stuff that said Shema Yisrael.
Yeah.
Huh? We wore zigzags. You wear them on the outside, not the inside.
Yeah.
So that when you look upon them,
Remind you.
it will remind you of all the commandments of the Lord God, and we shall do them.
That's right.
I don't give a damn who I'm hanging around with, bro.
That's right.
If it's time for this, we got a thing called the Zikron.
That's right. That's right.
This is a reminder.
That's right.
Zikron aha mezuzah, the doorpost.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
God left everything on record that would set us above all the families that are upon the face of the earth.
That's right.
And we got to delight in the Lord's statutes
Right.
and
We gotta
commandments
stand.
of God.
That's right. We gotta stand.
You understand that?
That's right.
Delight in it. Come on.
And he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares.
He's going to judge amongst the nations because there's going to be some that ain't going to never stop calling us niggas.
Oh, man.
And they ain't going to make it.
Yeah.
But there's going to be those that would willingly serve God through us.
Yeah.
Go to the 14th verse, 14th chapter.
14th chapter, 14th
Yeah.
verse. Isaiah chapter 14, chapter 14th verse. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds.
No, 14:1.
14:1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land.
We're going home, man.
Yeah.
The word of God, God don't speak in vain.
No,
We don't.
no.
But only those that desire, that run after God with all their heart and soul, that understand is God over everything.
That's right.
God before my wife wanted me to do wrong.
Yeah. That's
God
right.
before my children.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And if you a wife and got a bad husband, pray to God.
Yeah.
And find some worthy judges to go to help you.
Talk about it.
For real.
That's right.
Because you got bum men.
That's right.
You got bum women.
That's right. That's right.
You understand what
That's
I'm
right.
saying? Come on.
That's right.
Speak on it.
And the strangers shall be joined with them.
Who?
And the strangers shall be joined with them.
Don't that sound like Isaiah? Too?
That's right.
That the nation's gonna come? Come on.
That's right. And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
And they're gonna cleave to us. So there is some that is gonna be willing to serve God through us, and those are the ones that's gonna be part of the remnant of the Gentiles.
Yeah.
And the heathens. Come on.
And the people shall take them and bring them to their place.
And we're gonna take them and bring them home with us.
And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids.
Not slaves.
No, not slaves.
Servants and hand, meaning
That's
they're
right.
gonna be employed by us.
That's right.
And we're not gonna treat them like they treated us, like
Yeah.
their fathers
That's
treated
right.
us.
That's right.
Because we're a holy people.
That's right.
We're a righteous people.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
You
right.
understand? Come on.
And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were.
Meaning that we were slaves to their fathers. No, we were slaves to their fathers. They're going to be employed by us.
That's right.
The ones that had us.
That's right.
Their children will be employed by us. That means something, man. You see what God is?
That's right.
God deals with just weights and balances. God is just, so now we're going to be over them because it's against the laws of God for a stranger to rule over us. Come on.
And they shall rule over their oppressors. And it shall come to pass in the day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow. And
So God gonna give us peace, man. But we're gonna have to earn it. Don't think because you're an Israelite that you're gonna be in the remnant. That's bull.
That's right.
Teach that, Frank. Teach
That's
that.
bull.
That's right.
Teach that.
That's right.
That's bull. Don't think because you made every Shabbat that you're gonna be in the remnant. That's bull.
That's right.
Your righteous heart and your desire, your steadfast desire is what makes you part of the remnant.
That's right.
And if you now have a plot or plan to diligently teach your children, you understand? These kids got to have classes
That's right.
and courses
That's right.
to where they grow up in the spirit of the Almighty God. And when you see them coming along like that, compliment them. Take them out somewhere, man.
That's right. That's right.
So they can continue to do good.
That's right.
Reward them. Reward your children, man. It ain't about so much us no more. We got to bring forth a generation that is acceptable by God. We don't have a choice.
That's right.
We don't have a choice no more. God sick us. Huh? What?
That's right.
I can't even remember when we served God. But understand this. This is the last captivity. There is no more captivity after this.
This is it.
So if you don't make it through this one, your name and your household is dead.
God.
There ain't gonna be no, well, I wasn't so good, so I'm in section C in Israel. No. There ain't gonna be no A, B, C section. Nope.
Yeah.
No.
That's right.
It says a remnant. It says, though we be as the stars of heaven for multitude, only a remnant is going to return.
That's right.
Most of us going to die. We're going to die
That's right.
because we got to be excited about this God, excited about what God is commanding of us to do. You understand what I'm saying? There's a thing called watchfulness.
Yeah.
Watchfulness is I'm not watching so much what you do. I'm watching my behavior.
That's right.
That I don't offend God.
That's right. That's right.
You understand?
That's right.
I'm watching that I don't offend God.
Right.
And when I get that sort of down pat, guess what automatically comes in? Zeal.
That's right.
Zeal.
That's right.
Where you get, that's right. God is my king. I'm about God. But you're humble and you're cool and you're nice about it.
That's right.
And you're charitable. You understand? You don't mind sharing. You don't mind showing goodness and kindness, holiness and righteousness.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And actually, we become servants to the people.
That's right. That's right.
If not,
That's right.
how do you know actually our God serves us
That's right.
more than we serve him?
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Let's look at these things and let's
That's
feel bad.
I say it again.
That's right.
Let's feel bad about it.
That's right.
Huh? Our God is serving us. He
1000%
watch
correct.
over us. The same God that watched over Melech, David, and King David is the same God that watched over
They don't
us
think
today.
about that. They don't think about that. They don't think about that.
Think about it. You
That's
understand
right.
that he got to be sick of us.
That's right.
But his word is above his name.
That's right.
His word is above his name. You understand?
That's
Because
right.
we're living off the word of God.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
This is the everlasting covenant.
That's right.
And the seed of Abraham will prevail.
That's
It's
right.
just going to be a small portion.
That's it.
But the majority was never right.
No. No.
The majority was never right,
The
family.
majority is always wrong.
Yeah, the majority was never right in the past, man. So come on.
And from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve, that thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, how hath their oppressor ceased?
Yeah.
The golden city ceased.
Yeah, like America. What happened, America?
Yeah.
What happened, Biden? You that commanded nations and was the police to the world. People are leaving you now. Huh? The allies is leaving, switching over to China and Russia. Huh? Huh? And then some books that say, oh, Daystar,
Yeah.
son of the morning.
Yeah.
That wasn't Lucifer, the fallen angel. Well, that was the king of Babylon.
King.
How was thou fallen? How you fallen, America? Huh? Where North Korea don't even respect you no more. Iran acting up again. Huh? Huh?
That's right.
China buying land. How dumb can Biden be? China is buying land in America.
Wow. What?
China already owns land in America. And they're already about an hour away in Cuba with a base. So come on. Huh? And we still Listen, either Biden is the dumbest president that ever lived, or he's a Benedict Arnold. Both of them. That's the answer, man. That's the answer. That's the answer. Huh? Because he's turning everything into electric. You need fossil fuel for electric.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
People talk about Trump was a racist and Trump was this. Trump annually gave to black colleges.
Yes, he did.
And still, and he said that it don't stop.
Yep.
Millions of dollars to black colleges. He was cool with the rappers.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, come on, man. And then we had, the life was much better.
Yeah, that's right.
Huh?
Right.
He was what you call an all-American white boy. And I'll take that over Biden and them dumb black Democrats. Huh? That's pushing Hollywood and pushing homosexuality, fagotizing the world, teaching our kids gender. Huh? Kids, they can't even do math no more.
No.
They don't know nothing no more, but they know how to feel a certain way.
Yes, sir.
And something wrong with that picture, man. Something wrong with that picture. Huh? Something wrong with that picture.
Yes, sir.
So we need to take our children back.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a dropout than a homo.
That's a fact. That's what they're teaching.
Take your own kids back, man. If you ain't doing nothing, try to talk to somebody that where we can raise our own kids, man. If we stop arguing with each other, we can do something.
Yes.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
People stop doing people wrong and don't have an apology for it.
Yes.
We can do something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, once bitten, twice shy, man.
That's right.
Everybody gonna keep doing that, man. We have to acknowledge our wrong and confess it.
That's right. That's right.
We don't
That's
hold
right.
people.
That's right.
It's terrible, family.
That's right.
It's terrible what we doing to ourselves.
Yeah.
You understand? Because we haven't yet learned how to conquer feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just went over, me and brother, we stopped by Yiftach place too. He wasn't there, but he asked for us and we asked for him. You understand?
Right. Yeah.
It has to be that way. There is no other way.
That's
man.
right. That's right. That's right.
There is no other way.
That's right.
We can drum, shout, knock ourselves out, but ain't nothing gonna be all right.
No.
Huh? You can't keep doing that same dance, man. God said, when we come this time, come with a new song. A new song. Let him see that we mean it.
That's right.
Huh? Come on.
Right.
The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked and the scepters of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with a continual stroke. He that ruled the nations in anger.
You hear that? God broke them down, not us.
That's right.
God caused them. Why? Because it's our time. When they come down, we come up.
We come up.
Huh?
That's right.
But we ain't doing nothing. We got worse, man. How Israel 20 years ago was better than Israel now.
Yes.
How Israel 30 and 40
That's a
years
fact.
is
better
twice
than
better than
Yeah.
Israel
Yeah.
now. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
Huh? So we think that only in the Gentile and the heathen world that the younger generations messed up stuff. No, they messed up stuff in Israel.
That's right.
You think we ain't affected? Huh?
Yeah.
Got homos and all kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Come on with that foolishness, man.
Yeah.
About it, bro.
Yeah.
Teach, man.
Hey, right?
That's right.
Whoa.
Pops.
You don't bring a homo to a holy convocation.
Uh-uh.
No, they not accepted.
No.
Uh-uh.
No. Definitely
They
not.
not.
No.
And I have to talk about homos because they fagotizing everything.
Cartoons. Yeah.
You can't get no job in no department store, any store, unless you got a sweet face. A sweet face.
Mm-hmm.
You walking in like,
Nah.
you gotta have that stiff arm.
Hey, you're not lying.
Yeah, you have that stiff arm, bro. No, you high. You don't even fill up. Just come on in. Yeah. I want to go to one more spot to show you that our God don't play.
No, he don't.
And he don't care how old you are. He take him from the hoary head to the cradle. God kill and he make alive.
That's right.
And can't nothing die unless God condone it.
That's right.
Blessed be his holy name.
I said can't nothing die unless God condone it.
Blessed be his holy name.
And can't nothing live unless God say yes.
Yeah.
Let's go to Ezekiel 9.
Roll on. Ezekiel chapter 9,
Verse 1.
verse 1.
Let me smooth your path out so you can roll on.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Verse 9. Chapter 9. Ezekiel chapter 9. He cried also in mine ears with a loud voice,
Is
saying,
that verse 1? That's
verse 1 came.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He cried also in mine ears with a loud voice, saying, cause them that had charge over the city to draw near.
He said, yeah, y'all that have charge over the city, there's angelical forces, there's angels that are over these places that we live in today that we don't see. So we don't see them, we don't think about them.
Yeah.
Huh?
But
But with all kind of destruction set in, it's them doing it.
yeah.
It's God doing it through them.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's right.
The other day they had something that landed in somebody's yard,
Yeah.
and then 2 things got out.
Yeah.
Huh?
They didn't know what it was.
They ain't know what the hell that it was. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
Even every man with his destroying weapon in his hand.
Talk about the angels of destruction.
That's right.
Come on.
And behold, 6 men came from the way of the higher gate.
From the higher gate. Gangster angels.
Yeah.
Huh? The angels are messengers, so they only do what they are told
That's
to
right.
do.
That's right.
And they do it with delight.
That's right. That's it.
Obedient to Elohim.
That's right.
Come on.
Which lieth towards the north, and every man a slaughter weapon in his hand.
Yeah.
And one man among them was clothed with linen.
Yeah. One of the 6 that had a linen garment on and a marker.
Yeah.
Come on.
With a writer's inkhorn by his side. And they went in and stood beside the brazen altar.
They are at the tabernacle.
That's right.
And they standing by the altar waiting for a word of God.
Yeah.
And check out what is told to them.
And the glory of the God of Israel was gone up from the cherubs.
You hear that? From the cherubim. Huh? From the ark.
That's right.
The glory
That's
of God
right.
arise.
Yeah.
Come on.
Whereupon he was to the threshold of the house, and he called to the man clothed with linen, which had the writer's inkhorn by his side. And the Lord said unto him, go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that side.
I mean, those that wasn't cool about wrongdoing.
Yeah.
That's why you got to separate yourself from evildoers.
Yeah.
Lest it become common to you like it did with Lot.
Okay.
Lot got used to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? So it said you got to cry out about the evil that God allowed you to see, being that we proclaim to be the upholders of righteousness and priests to the nation.
That's right.
Come on.
And that cry for all the abomination that be done in the midst thereof. And to the others he said in my hearing,
Go ahead.
go ye after him through the city and smite. Let not your eyes spare.
Don't pity them. Go ahead.
Neither have ye pity. Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children.
Well, wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
I remember years
That's right,
ago,
Prince.
before I knew anything, black sayings were, God take them from the hoary head to the cradle.
That's right.
I understand it now.
Yeah.
You understand? God killed babies.
Yeah. That's right.
It's not that, you ain't teach us about that Christian God.
You don't suffer the kids.
Somebody asks for your shirt, give you your coat, somebody slap you again.
Yeah.
No, man, that's bull crap.
Yeah. That's right.
Come on, let's go.
But come not near any man upon whom is the mark.
Yeah, the people that were sick of evil, they gonna live. Come on.
Begin at my sanctuary.
Begin at the sanctuary with those that know better. You understand? God is a just God.
Yeah.
Begin slaying with those that know and don't do.
That's right.
Don't that make you scared?
That's right. That's right.
Because we're hired to we're held to a higher level than them that don't know.
That's right.
So
That's
we're
right.
not Israelites that are out in the street with niggas, MF, and blah, blah, blah.
That's
We're
right.
sanctified. We're
That's
sanctified.
right.
We're holy.
That's right.
So this is what we got to pick up and begin to live
Set apart.
in the sight of the people.
right.
Let's go.
Then they began at the ancient men which were before the house. And he said unto him, defile the house, and fill the courts with the slain. Go ye forth. And they went forth and slew in the city. And the king,
The first they killed all them elders.
Yeah.
Those that were of rank, that knew better,
Better.
that was supposed to be hip to the Lord's statutes and the way to live before God and the earth. They killed them. Now they're going forth and they're slaying men, women, and children. Come on.
and it came to pass while they were slaying them, and I was left, and I fell upon my face and cried and said, Ah, Lord God, wilt thou destroy all the remnant of Israel?
Because he's just a man.
Uh-huh.
So it hurts. Hurts. And God said he don't delight in the death of the wicked.
That's right.
God said that.
God
So
said
how
that.
much more the man?
That's right.
Jeremiah cursed the day he was born.
That's right.
Yes, he did.
Huh?
That's right.
He said, cursed be the man that ran and told my father he had a man child.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
May his days be darkest.
Yeah.
The guy was running to tell some good news. Yo, man, you had a child, man, a son. He said, let that monkey die. Word. Yeah. It didn't play, family.
Yeah.
So that's what I say that to say this. You got to glorify what you got on here.
That's right.
This has to be holy.
That's right.
You understand? You can't let it fall.
No.
Huh?
That's right.
And you always got to look back to who was before you.
Yes.
And you're going to come up with your opposite.
Talk about it.
All the time. All the time.
And he didn't stand for wrong in no way, shape, or form.
That's right.
You understand?
Mhm.
And you're supposed to be better.
That's right. Say it again.
That's
The
right.
generation is supposed to be better.
That's right.
You can't play this cheap. You got to be able to say we're present accountable.
Yes.
That's right.
That's right.
Them sons get together, them daughters get together,
That's right.
and nobody beat y'all here.
That's right.
No.
That's right.
You got to be able to say, yeah,
That's
brother,
right.
you got to be able to do that.
That's right.
Nobody beat y'all here because we
That's
hold a high standard.
That's right. That's
Huh?
right. That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
You ain't gonna get perfection, man, because I don't get perfection. Some of my kids, I wish I could take them and shove them back up the behind. You know, yes.
Yeah, we all do.
At times.
At times, yeah.
We all do.
At times. But
At times.
in the overrun, I got good. They good.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But make this holy.
That's right.
Because God accepted this.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
God accepted y'all teaching in this place right here.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
And when you do it better and better, you ain't gonna have no room.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
That's right.
Family, man. We do this together. You know, and sometimes when y'all want to come over, bring all y'all come over. You at home, and the part of the day will be given to y'all because you bringing people that y'all are over. And we respect that. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Giving all glory and all praise unto the God of our forefathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Just want to say I love y'all, man.
Okay. Love you too, brother.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Okay. Look out. Blessed be. Hallelujah. Blessed be. Princess, God bless you. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Love y'all, man.
Oh, you too,
You
man.
make me happy. Hallelujah.
You made it happen.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Come on.
Thank you.
Okay. Shabbat shalom.
Hey, hey. Shabbat shalom.
Yeah.
some fiery words from the chief prince in a surprise visit from one of the brothers from back in B'nai Zakim. And we're gonna fight. We're gonna keep going, and we're gonna go. Let's go to Psalms chapter 81. Psalms chapter 81. Sing aloud unto God our strength. This is your strength.
That's right.
God is your strength. The Creator is my strength.
Yeah.
How do I take hold on the strength of God? How can God become your strength? By doing and by taking heed to the laws, the commandments, and the statutes of the living God. And that's how God can become your strength.
Okay.
We got to start putting in works towards God for these laws. Right? Psalms 81, verse 1. It said, make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob. Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, and the time appointed on our solemn feast days. Tamshi.
For this is the statute for Israel,
Uh-huh.
an ordinance of the God of Yaakov.
This is a statute for Israel. And a what? And a law of the God of Jacob. Tamshi.
This he ordained in Joseph for testimony when he went out over the land of Mitzrayim.
Uh-huh.
I heard the language of him whom I had not known, saying, I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands are free from the basket. Thou didst call in trouble.
I removed his shoulders from the burden. That was Joseph, man. When Joseph got put in the dungeon, he was working, man. He was working. But all through the time that he ended up in the dungeon, God was still with him. The Creator was still with him. Okay, go ahead, Tom C.
His hands are free from the basket.
Free from who?
The basket.
Uh-huh.
Thou didst call in trouble, and I delivered thee.
He said, thou didst call in trouble, and I delivered thee. But in order for God to deliver you, guess what? You got to be accepted. You got to be accepted by God. God got to accept you. Sometimes God deliver you because he had pity and compassion, and he's merciful. Go ahead, read.
I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah.
I answered thee where?
In the secret place of thunder.
Secret place of thunder. Thunder. You know, there's a house or there's a spot where thunder comes out from.
Yeah.
There's a spot where it had four winds. The north, the west, certain winds.
Got gates,
Certain gates that shut up.
lightning,
That's right.
snow.
Go ahead.
Hear my people, and I will testify.
Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee.
O Israel,
O Israel,
if thou wilt hearken to me,
if thou wilt hearken unto me,
there shall be no strange God.
there
among
shall
you.
no strange God be in thee, with you, or by you. Anything that is in you, you begin to incorporate and mix paganism with righteousness. You begin to mix your thoughts with God's thoughts and start adding on and taking away to soothe how you feel. That is it, right?
Yeah.
So when a strange God is in you, you cannot be influenced to do what is right by God. Hard to get to you to try and show you the right way because you're already influenced by something else. You see something different and completely opposite from what I'm trying to show you. Go ahead.
Nor shalt thou worship any foreign deity.
Nor shall I worship any foreign deity. Tamshi.
I am El Israel thy El, who brought thee out of the land of Mitzrayim.
He said, I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. He said, I'm the dude that delivered you and got you and delivered you out of the hands of these Egyptians. Read.
Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it.
Open that my mind, and I will fill it.
But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would
My
none of me.
people will not hearken to my voice, and Israel will none of me. The word for none, it means to desire, or want, or to consent. We didn't want nothing to do with God. We didn't want nothing to do with the laws and the commandments. We wanted to continue in our own wanting ways, and we pushed the laws and the commandments of God aside. We pushed all that away to do what we like. Tamshi.
So I let them go after the stubbornness of their hearts.
So I gave them up unto their own heart's lusts. So when we pushed God aside, God gave us the stubbornness of our own heart. You know what the stubbornness of our own heart? The things that you like to do, the things that you like to get into, that is not accepted by God. He increased it in you and increase it. Tamshi.
That they might follow their own counsel.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that my people would hearken to me, and Israel would walk in my ways. I would soon subdue their enemies and turn my hand
He
against
said, oh, that my people will hearken unto me, and Israel have walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. Right? Go ahead.
Let the haters of Israel cringe before him, and their punishment should last forever. But
Now, let me go, hold that right there. It says, so I gave them up unto their own heart's lust. The word for lust, the Hebrew word for lust is sherirut. It means stubbornness. And when you're stubborn, you're showing a persistent determination not to change one's mentality. You're stubborn. So it's hard for you to change the way you think. It's hard for you to change your ways before God. It's hard for you to amend your ways and change the way you think because you have a stubborn, you're stubborn. So now when you become stubborn, you become difficult to show you who the true God is. So now you won't accept it. You have a problem accepting it now. Tamshi.
But he would feed them with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock, I will satisfy them.
Tamshi.
Elohim,
Psalms 82. Read.
Elohim stand in the congregation of El. He judges among the judges.
He said, God standing in the congregation of the mighty. In the Hebrew, it says El. He said, God standing. In the Hebrew, it says, God standing in the congregation of gods. The Most High looked at men and called men gods. He said, ye are gods. He said, but ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Now, why he called us God? Not the big G, but little g. Because we had power with God.
That's right.
We had power.
That's right.
At a point in time, in history, in times, we had power with God. To where they was able to do certain things. We were able to command the constellations and it will hearken to the man's command. Like when Joshua stopped the sun. Joshua stopped the sun because why he stopped the sun? It's the sixth day. Understand that. It's the sixth day. And he's at war. The sun is going down. I have to hurry and finish this and defeat these people before the sun sets. Now you see why sometimes I'll be driving like a maniac on Friday trying to do what I gotta do and get back home. Because I don't want to get caught out there in this dark on Shabbat night doing this, driving here, doing no. I gotta separate the Sabbath day from those 6 days. The Sabbath must be separated from those 6 days. It ain't the same. It's not the same, man. So we got to stop treating the Sabbath day the same like these 6 days.
No.
We got to treat it accordingly.
That's right.
God look at it as holy, but we don't look at it as holy. Nothing comes to you and say, well, you know what? Let me stop acting like this. It's a Sabbath. You know what? I ain't going to argue with you today. It's the Sabbath. Oh, you know what? Let me chill today. It's the Sabbath. We don't have no boundaries, man.
No.
We don't have no boundaries. There's nothing that you can say, well, to draw a line that will hold you back.
That's right.
There's nothing that we can hold out. We don't have no boundaries to where we can hold that holds you back from doing or acting in a way that's not good or accepted by God. And he said something that's 100% correct. Even Allah said it. He said, man, he said, man, Allah said, he said, man, I gotta stop cursing, man.
Okay.
My father said that. He said, man, I gotta stop cursing, man. He said, if I'm striving for righteousness and holiness and I'm pushing for God, I gotta stop. I gotta clean my mouth.
That's right.
And I gotta do the same. Cursing all the time. I gotta stop that.
That's right.
If you're pushing for righteousness
Right.
and for holiness, then I gotta wipe that out.
That's right.
I can't be talking like that.
That's right. That's right.
Time sheet.
How long will you judge unjustly?
How long will you judge unjustly? Unjustly in a manner that is not in accordance with what is right and fair by God. That's what unjust means. It's not in accordance with what God says. It ain't fair according to what God said is fair.
That's right.
That's what we need to realize. Don't tell me I'm wrong if I didn't violate a law.
That's right.
Don't tell me I'm not fair if God didn't say I wasn't fair.
That's right.
Don't tell me that.
That's right.
I don't want to hear it because I'm only unfair and unjust and evil according to your perspective.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But according to what God said, I'm none of those things. I'm none of those things. I'm actually a good man. I'm right. Go ahead, read.
How long will you judge unjustly and respect the persons of the wicked?
How long will you judge unjustly? And what? And respect.
the persons of the wicked.
And respect and accept the persons of the wicked. How do we accept the people of wicked people?
Let me out.
When you give admittance or approval to. Admittance is what? Accept. When you accept them or you approve of them. Right? So to accept, right, it means the word is not side, it means to be partial. To be partial, you favor one person more than another. You can't accept the person of the wicked. I can't favor you
That's right.
more than this person,
That's right.
and the one that you're favoring is not good.
Okay.
The one that you're favoring or you on the side of is not good. According to God. You know, he said something. They all had a little beef. He said, man, listen, he went to this camp here, you know what I mean, to wash away certain things. And listen, man, I'm going to come here and say shalom. Hey, he came down. And certain camps he went to, pushed them out and said, man, don't come. Y'all the evil ones for rejecting peace.
That's right.
That's what God said.
That's right.
He said peace.
That's right.
That's all God said. One of the things that God said, man, strive for peace.
That's right.
He didn't say strive for war
No.
and beef and problems.
No.
He didn't say that.
That's right.
He said present peace. Always present peace. If there's a way that we can ash this out without getting violent, by all means, let's ash it out and keep pushing towards God.
That's right.
That's why in Ezekiel 18 and Ezekiel chapter 33, it speaks about the vicious man. It speaks about the violent man. It speaks against those things. If you're violent for God and vicious for God, that's one thing.
Good.
That's one thing.
You good. We ain't talking about that.
But if you ain't violent, if there's no cause behind your violentness for God, then you need to relinquish that and get rid of that.
That's right.
That's not acceptable, number one, by God. God don't accept that. He don't accept it. Stay where you at. Stay where you at. In Ezekiel 18, right?
We're gonna hit this up quick fast. He said, the word of the Lord came unto me again, saying, what mean ye by this proverb? The proverb was a saying. It was a saying that came up, right? He said, concerning the land of Israel, saying, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. Which means I ate the sour grapes, but the children is feeling the effects from the father eating the sour grapes. That's what it's saying. That's what it means. So now the word for set on edge, it means, in the Hebrew, it means slow. It means dull, right? Slow in perception or sensibility. Okay? Lacking zest. When you lack zest, you're lacking, it means enthusiasm. When you're lacking enthusiasm, you don't have strong excitement in God. Your interests and your enjoyments and intense and eager in serving God. You know what that is? You can't wait for the Sabbath to come. That's what that is. That's what that means. The sun is down. You already looking forward for the Shabbat to come again. Because you have that drive and that desire to serve God. Right? The word slow in perception means the ability to become aware of something through senses. Remind me of the woman Abigail. That was a good woman. That was a good woman. Just because of her senses made her aware that her husband and everybody else was in deep trouble. So she had to hurry up and meet up with King David to take him what he asked for and what he needed, because he was going to wipe everything out. He was going to wipe everything out.
So he said he was going to die too.
That's right.
Hit you too, sister.
He said, as I live, said the Lord God, you shall not have occasions anymore to use this proverb. I'm not going to allow you to say this no more. I'm not going to allow you to voice these things no more. We got some courage. We got some type of courage in us to say things and voice things against God. We say things and voice things against God and not feel no way about it. So the Most High came, he said, listen, I'm not going to allow you to voice these things anymore. No more, right? He said, behold, all souls are mine. All living belongs to God. Everything belongs to me, right? You think you're going to feel sorry for someone more than God feels sorry for them? You think you're going to have more mercy than God? You think you're going to have more compassion than God? So when God do something, he's all just. When he allowed this to happen, he's all just. When he allowed that to happen, he's all just. I'm asking God why. He did it because it was just. He had to do it. It had to happen.
That's right.
He said, behold, all souls are mine. As the souls of the Father, so also the souls of the Son is mine. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. Nobody dying for your sins.
Say it right there.
Ain't nobody dying for your sins. Nobody can't die for your sins. He so loved the world, so he gave his only begotten Son for everybody's iniquities. Come on, man. It's nothing but fairy tales and lies. Now you got people that's coming up with the Codex Bible. Now you got people that's coming up with the Messiah. And you got people that's believing in this stupidness, with this foolishness. Messianic Jews. Foolishness. Christian Jews. He said, but if a man be just and do that which is lawful and right, right? And had not eaten upon the mountains. Why it specified eating upon the mountains? Because they always went up high to serve their gods and send up offerings and sacrifices. Right? He said, neither had lifted up their eyes to idols of the house of Israel. Neither had defiled his neighbor's wife. Neither had come near neither had come near to a menstruous woman.
Right.
What is a menstruous woman? A menstruous woman is a woman on her period. You know, they separated when the woman was on her period. They didn't lay in the same bed. It was a separation. And you don't feel no way. I feel someone feel the way. He's like, man, you know what, babe? He said, listen, man, this is something new I'm going to start. I got to start doing something. I ain't doing nothing. I'm stagnated. I need to start doing something. Listen, babe, you know what? I'm going to stop laying in the bed with you. Man, the woman got, she angry. What? Alvin got angry. I said, I just read it to you and showed you the things that God hates and despises. And he gave you a description of what a just man will do. These are things of what a just man will do and will not do. Right? And had oppressed and had not oppressed any. The word for oppress any, to treat violently or to suppress. Right? But had restored to the debtor his pledge, and spoiled none by violence, and given his bread to the hungry, and had covered the naked with a garment. He had not given forth unto usury, oppressed any, but had restored the debtor his pledge. The pledge is something that's given off collateral. I give you money, you give me some more collateral. But the book, the laws of God, tells me that the pledge was the garment. So at the end of the day, I had to give you the garment, at the end of the day, so that you could sleep in your garment, in your robe. And this is why when you're pursuing and pushing for righteousness, you didn't sleep in your underwears. I didn't sleep naked tie. Man, this man made sacrifices for God to where it could be 100 degrees and he in his robe, sleeping in his robe. Why? Not to please himself, but to do the things that God loves. So I sacrifice myself. Forget the heat. Forget about me sweating. I don't care about me sweating. Our forefathers slept in their robe. I'm sleeping in my robe. And that's the mentality that we need to begin to acquire. Putting yourself aside for God. We have to put ourselves and our feelings aside for the sake of the commandments of God, man.
Put ourselves aside.
That's it. He said, now that lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, because when you look up as a form of worship, now that had defiled his neighbor's wife, now that had come near to a menstruous woman, and had not oppressed any, but had restored the debtor's pledge, had spoiled none by violence, that's robbery, had given his bread to the hungry, fed the hungry, and had clothed the naked with a garment. He had not given forth upon usury. You give me $20, next week you got to give me 30. That's usury. Not that had taken any increase. Hey, I'm giving you back 20, and I want to give you 20 extra for giving me that 20. Don't take the increase. Don't take the increase. He said it had withdrawn his hand from iniquity and had executed true judgment between man and man. Withdrawing your hand from iniquity. When the thought comes to your mind to do something that is unlawful by God, you pull yourself back. I'm not in your head, and I don't know when these thoughts comes in your mind. But it's a battle. Every one of us have to fight this battle within ourselves. We're battling our own self. It's you that came to your mind that told you to do these things. Because you know you. Everybody in here know themselves and what they lean towards that needs to be corrected by God. We know what we got to do. In order for us to correct these things, we got to accept it. We got to acknowledge it, for crying out loud. And we have a hard time acknowledging our faults with God. You can't correct something that you don't acknowledge.
You trying to tell me I'm wicked?
Yes. It said, have executed true judgment between man and man, have walked in my statutes, and had kept my judgments to deal truly. He is just. He shall surely live, saith the Lord. If he beget a son, that is a robber. The word for robber is perit. You know what perit means? A vicious or violent man. If you begin to son that is a robber or a vicious or violent man, a shedder of blood, right? That doeth the like to any one of these. Vicious and violent unrighteously.
See, unrighteous.
Unrighteously. But if this Negro pushes me and keep bothering me and poking, and I get vicious and I get crazy, I ain't wrong.
That's right.
I'm not wrong.
That's right.
I said you get vicious and violent unrighteously. Unrighteously. Because we had vicious and violent men. We had vicious and violent men that was vicious and violent for God. There was like Judas Maccabee. There was a guy named Judas Maccabee, the youngest one. And his father put him in the head of his whole, as far as the captain of the whole of all his sons. Because when you have your sons, they have traits.
Yeah.
This one had traits in him that this one don't have. That one got traits in him, but that one don't have. All my sons were all warriors, but this guy, he had a trait in him. He was more vicious than the rest of them, and he was able to lead in war. So he put him as the head of that. The eldest had a trait in him, a fatherly trait. So he said, when I die, he said, look to him as the father. He said, come to him. And Judas Maccabee, he was vicious, but he was vicious for God. He was vicious for God. Vicious but godly. And once he wasn't like that on the norm like that. He's sitting down in the house. He's the most peaceful, calm man, chilling with ever. But once someone poke at him, you can't tell me to calm down. I just got poked in my sore. And he keep poking and digging, so I gotta stay calm. No, that's not what God means. That's not what it means. My bad. Yeah, go back to where you was at.
82, Psalms 82, verse 3.
Uh-huh.
Judge the cause of the poor and fatherless.
Judge the cause for the poor and fatherless. Look out for those people because God looks out for those people. The fatherless don't have a father. You know what that is? To be growing up without a father, without that protector, and especially if you don't have no brothers, the next one to go to is your pops. And you got dudes that died, fathers died when they was young, man, and they still talk about it today. That feeling never goes. Never goes. You live with it. And at times it hits you hard, but it never goes. You learn how to live with it. And that's why, because of the way the child feels concerning their parents, guess what? God feels the same way. That's why he told you, he said, watch how you deal with this child that don't have a father, man. Because if you violate and oppress this fatherless child, I'm going to kill you with the sword. And I'm going to make your wives widows, and I'm going to make your children fathers. He said, I'm going to turn the tables. God have a way of turning tables. Once you start emanating and doing, he switched the tables around and put you in the same position and see how you like it. And this is how we need to judge and look at certain situations. What if I was in that situation? How would I react? What I would do? And that's what we need to realize, man. And that way we will be able to we'll treat people differently. We'll start moving differently because you don't start putting yourself in the same category. You don't put yourself in the same category. So now you don't put yourself in the same category and you don't like it for yourself. Okay. So now I'm not going to influence and do this to people. You know, the Most High in Deuteronomy 23, it spoke about how you meet. He said we wasn't meat. We didn't meet. When we was traveling, he said in Deuteronomy 20, he said Ammon and Moab, he said they didn't meet us and welcome us. They didn't meet us and welcome us.
which means was a treatment. They came out real hostile, and that's not righteousness. That's not godliness. God spoke about that. So even when people come around, there's a way and there's a mannerism that comes when people comes around. And when you're doing other things besides that, that's ungodly. That's ungodly, man. I can't treat this new person that just coming around like that. No. God spoke against that. Tom Sheet.
Vindicate the afflicted and needy.
What verse you at?
4. Deliver the poor and destitute.
Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out the hand of the wicked. Tom Sheet.
They know not, nor do they understand. They walk on in darkness.
They walk on in darkness. Kasheka. Obscurity. Lacking showiness. Prominence. Showiness is when you try to be noticed or to attract a lot of attention. That's pride.
Yeah.
You want to be noticed all the time.
Yeah. All the time.
I want to be the one that sticks out all the time. I want to be the grandioso one all the time. That's pride, man. That's pride, and that's a person that's full of pride. And the only thing that can muffle that pride is the adherence to the commandments of God. That's the only thing. Tom Sheet.
All the foundations of the earth are shaken.
All the foundations of the earth are out of course. The foundation of earth in the Hebrew says in calamity is out of course. Go ahead, read.
I have said, you are angels. All of you are the sons of the Most High.
I have said, ye are gods. He said, ye are gods. And all of you are the sons of the Most High. But ye shall what?
Nevertheless, you shall die
like man. And what?
And fall as one
And
man.
fall like one of the princes. Let's go to Nehemiah. Nehemiah chapter 9.
Good book right there.
Nehemiah chapter 9. Now on the 24th day of this month of the children of Israel were assembled with fasting and with sackcloth and with earth upon them.
Fasting and with sackcloth and earth upon them. It takes a certain type of mentality or a certain type of people to fast, which means what? I am at fault. You will have recognized that you are at fault with God. So therefore, because you have that guilty conscience and you feel at fault with God, now you want to start fasting and praying and looking more and digging into yourself more. So that you can detect the sore. So you can detect that sour apple that's in you and relinquish it and eject it and get rid of it. And the only way to get rid of it is that to adhere to these laws, commandments, and statutes. Tom Sheet.
And the seed of Israel separated themselves.
The seed of Israel did what?
Separated
They
themselves.
separated themselves from who?
All foreigners.
From who?
All foreigners.
All foreigners. Aliens. Foreigners, aliens. Yes, there's a separation. Why do we have a problem separating ourselves from these people if you don't think of yourself as the same? You probably look at yourself as the same as them. So that's why you hang around these people. You don't hang with homos. You don't hang with them. Why? Because we don't have nothing to like.
No.
You like men, I desire women. So why do we hang around people that doesn't serve the same God like you? Why? He said we separate ourselves from all the strangers,
And stood and confessed their
stood
iniquity.
and confessed. It wasn't Yom Kippur. I don't have to wait till Yom Kippur to confess.
Right.
Every now and then, after I say my minka and set up my offering, I pull my confession paper out and I confess.
Right.
And while I'm confessing, I gotta improve with God. I can't be doing all these and confessing and fasting and not showing no improvement with the Creator. Facts.
Tom she.
and the iniquities of their fathers.
He confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers. Tom she.
And they stood up in their place and read in the book of the Torah of El Israel, their El, 1/4 part of the day. And another 4th part they confessed and prostrated themselves before El Israel. Then upon the stairs of the Levites stood Yeshua and Bani and Kadmiel and Shavanya and Buni.
Go to verse 6.
El Israel,
Go ahead.
thou art El alone.
Thou, even thou art Lord alone. There ain't no there is no other God, man. There is no other God. There's only one God. And there's only one way to serve this God, man.
Right.
One way to serve him. Go ahead, read.
Thou hast made heaven, the heaven of heavens with all their hosts.
Thou hast made heavens, the heaven of heavens, which means there's more than one heavens. There's levels up there, man. There's levels up there. There's levels down there. Go ahead, read.
The earth and all things that are in it.
Look, God separated the earth, the waters. He took the waters and put the firmament in between the waters and split it in half. Divided the waters, so you got a whole sea, a whole large body of water above the heavens above. And you got a large body of water from beneath. All this is space. We living in the firmament of, listen, man. Go ahead.
The seas and all that
Seas
is
and
therein.
all that is therein.
And thou hast preserved them all. And the hosts of heaven worship thee.
And the hosts of heaven worship thee. Tom she.
Thou art El Israel.
Thou art the Lord.
Who didst choose Abraham.
Who chose Abram
Who didst bring him out of the earth of
and
Chaldees.
brought him forth out of the Ur of the Chaldeans. You know what Ur of the Chaldeans? That's Babylon. Babylon. Tom she.
And didst give him the name Abraham.
Gave him the name Abraham.
And didst find his heart faithful before thee.
And God found his heart faithful before thee. God knew how faithful he was before he revealed himself to him, because he was faithful to his father. He was faithful towards his father. When his father died, God turned to Abraham. He said, separate yourselves from amongst your family, your kinsmen, your descendants, because none of his family had the heart that Abraham had. Abraham had what people don't have today, which is blind allegiance. You're always looking for proof. That's why you can't believe.
That's right.
That's why you can't believe what you read, because you're looking for proof for every little thing. But you don't tell yourself that in order for me to accept this, I gotta believe it. God didn't have to prove nothing to Abraham. He said, I'm God Almighty. Walk before me and be thou perfect. Everything that came out the mouth of God, Abraham followed it and did it in perfection. In perfection. He didn't even know he was the friend of God. He didn't know God looked at him as a friend. He didn't know that. And because of him being God's friend, guess what? If you're my friend, I'm going to look out for your seed. And I'm going to look out for your seed. And I'm going to look out for your seed. Because the Father is my friend. And this is why God chose the nation of Israel. Because of Abraham. Those are ways that we need to acquire for ourselves. I call you my friend, but then I go at it with your son. I call you my friend, but I go at it with what's close by you. Me and you as brothers, whatever is with you, got to be at peace with me.
Oh, right.
And whatever's with you, got to be at peace with me. This is my children, you going at it with my kids.
No.
This is my wife, you going at it with my wife. This is my friend, you going at it with my friend. What doing? What happened? Are we serving God or what? Those are things that God despises. That's not the ways of God. That's why God said change your ways, man. Those things is what denotes filthy and disgusting ways before God. My gosh. The man said, that's my friend. He ain't got to be your friend for you like him. I just told you that's my friend. All right, brother, for the sake of you, I pull back.
That's my friend.
Why is it so hard to do that?
That is my friend.
This is my son. For the sake of you, I'm not going to go at it with your son. That's my son. And the same thing goes with the man-wife. But we don't have that godly trait in us. No love, no consideration, no nothing. We fit for the pit.
That's right. Talk
That's
about
why,
it.
man.
Talk about
And
it.
that's why I find it so hard to relinquish and get rid and let go of certain things. And we hold on to things only to destroy our own cotton picking self.
That's right. Talk about it.
Stop holding on to that, man. Let it go.
Let it go, man. It's true.
Some sheet.
And then make a covenant with him to give him the land of Canaan, the Hittite, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, and the Girgashites, to give it to his seed.
Now God said, he said, I found this guy here to be faithful. Let's really dig into that word faithful. Faithful is what? Allegiance to duty or person.
Say it again.
Allegiance to duty or person.
Okay.
My allegiance is to my parents,
Okay.
and I have a certain duty that's for my parents.
Okay.
She don't look to him to do what you've been doing.
Okay.
She looked to him to do this.
All right.
She looked to this guy to do this.
All right.
And I look to you to do this.
All right. Who else your allegiance to?
Huh?
Who else your allegiance to? Your parents? Who else?
That's it. God and your
God and
parents.
your parents.
That's it.
Talk about it.
Belief and trust and a loyalty to God. Huh? Firm belief in something for which there is no proof.
Mm-hmm.
You believe it happened. You believe it happened, but you ain't got no proof. But your belief is so strong in God that I know it went down. I know it took place. I ain't got to be at Mount Sinai to know if God didn't incinerate that whole mountain range. I ain't got to be there. I know he did it because he's God. And he's liable to do whatsoever. He can do whatsoever. It's nothing impossible for this glorious God to do or to make happen.
You cannot be chased down by a mob.
That's right. Top sheet.
And thou hast performed thy words, for thou art righteous.
Uh-huh.
And thou didst see the affliction of our fathers in Egypt.
And did see the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and heard us their cry by the Red Sea. God did that, man. He said, man, he said, man, these people is being afflicted by the Egyptians, man. First world power. And God delivered them out of that. Then he delivered them. They got to the Red Sea. They cried out to God again, and God heard their cry. Went to Moses. God said, listen. He said, listen, Moses. He said, I done made you a God in the sight of these people, man. He said, go get the rod, and you go split the Red Sea. You go split it, man. That's why he said, man, you are gods. Moses split that Red Sea. He had power with God. Scientists went down into the Red Sea, and they found chariots, wheels,
Wood,
swords,
swords,
woods down there, gold. Kidding me?
Yeah, that happened.
Read.
And did it show signs and wonders.
So
upon
signs
Pharaoh
and wonders upon Pharaoh
and on all his servants
and all his servants.
and on all the people of his land.
Uh-huh.
For thou didst know that they dealt arrogantly
He
against
said, but thou knewest that they dealt arrogantly,
Proud.
insolent against them. Insolent is insultingly and contemptuous in speech and conduct. Insultingly and contemptuous in your speech. The way you talk can be in an insulting manner. So I gotta check that. I can't talk and say things to insult people. Or overbearing, impudent, impertinent. Uh-huh.
So thou didst make for thyself a name, as it is this day.
Read.
And thou didst divide the sea before them, so that they
Thou didst divide the sea before them. Uh-huh.
so that they went through the midst of the sea on dry land. And thou didst throw their pursuers into the deeps, like a stone into the mighty waters. And thou didst lead them with the pillar of cloud by day, and with the column of fire by night, to give them light on the way wherein they should go. And thou didst come down upon Mount Sinai, and didst speak with them from heaven, and gave us the right.
Thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and spakest with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments, true laws. Go ahead, good statutes and commandments.
And thou didst make known to them thy holy Shabbat.
And madest known unto them the holy Sabbath, and commandest them what? Precepts, statutes, laws, by the hand of Moses thy servant. Moses went up in that mountain for 40 days and 40 nights, receiving the laws and the commandments and the statutes from God. Receiving the laws, commandments, and statutes from God. God quoted and Moses wrote it. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. That's why when God tells you to read the first 5, read that law, it has an effect on your spirit. It ain't got no choice but to have any effect. It ain't got no choice but to have an effect on your spirit. Go ahead, read.
And thou didst give them bread from heaven for their hunger. And didst bring forth water.
Gave them bread from heaven for their hunger. God brought them through that wilderness so he could commit and do these mighty, glorious acts to strengthen your belief in God. To strengthen your belief in God. To prove to you that I am God. That there is a God. Tom Shee.
And didst bring forth water for them out of the rock.
Out of a rock for their thirst. Remember, there's no water there. They're in the wilderness. They're in the wilderness. And God did something that you thought was impossible. Commanded Moses to go strike the rock, the mountain, a section of that mountain, and water flowed from it. So that the people could drink. Tom Shee.
And didst promise them that they should go in to possess the land which thou hadst sworn to give them. But they and our fathers dealt arrogantly. Arrogantly, Tom Shee. And hardened their necks. And did not hearken to thy commandments. And they refused to obey. Now were they mindful of thy wonders that thou didst do among them. Nor were they mindful of thy wonders which thou didst do among them.
They wasn't mindful of the things that God did for them. And that's been our problem even until today. The things that God did for us, we got to remember those things, because those are the things that's going to keep us in line with God.
Just look at the bad stuff, that's all.
That's all we do. Let's look at the bad stuff.
That's all.
But then we don't look at the good that God did for us. Oh, I don't like this. I don't disagree. I said, but what? You ain't perfect. Just expect.
But they hardened their necks.
And
in their rebellion appointed a captain to return to their bondage.
They appointed a captain to return back to bondage, back to Egypt. They didn't treat them that much bad. They went back to Egypt, man. After everything that these Egyptians did to them, they ready to go back. Go ahead, read.
But thou art a God ready to pardon, gracious in mercy, slow in anger and great in love.
What verse you at?
18.
Go ahead.
So thou didst not forsake them, even when they had made for themselves a molten calf, and had said, this is thy El who brought thee up out of Egypt, and has committed great blasphemy.
And had wrought great provocation. You know what provocation is? Actions or speech that make someone annoyed or angry. When you provoke God, when you provoke someone, you can provoke them with your actions and the things that you say out of your mouth. Right? And that's what we did with God. That's exactly what we did with the Creator, man. We provoked God to anger. And when we provoked him to anger, he did this to us, he did that, he did this, he did this. And then there are people that ask why. Why would God do this to them? Why? Because we provoked them.
You wicked. That's
And
why.
if you keep provoking and provoking and provoking, you ask for what it happens.
Every day you live your life going against God purposely.
And with that, all right, y'all was brought. And I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom. I'm gonna call the next speaker, Chief Mika. Man, whatever.
You violate God every day. Bad things happen.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to chief men, brothers of Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid you out of tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Deuteronomy chapter 4. He just read a little bit faster than you usually do.
That's good.
The first 5, like Chief Shama was just saying, that's where most of your reading has to be. You're not going to get the understanding of anything else. Those laws, all of God's laws, is in the first 5 books of the Old Testament. And that's the source. That's the way you can help change your ways. That's the way that you can help change everything about you according to God. The commandments had to be done. And now, in doing those commandments, is when you start to get attached to God more. You start to understand why God tells you to do these things. Right. See, when you start to do these things, the further you get, you're not going to ask questions. Sure. You're going to know. Sure. God will cause you to know. Sure. He will open your eyes, your perception to understand, oh, wow, 5 years ago, I read this and I got the meaning of it now. I didn't understand it before. Right. That's how this goes. Sure. You're not going to get it all one time. Right. Right. We ain't getting it all one time. We still getting it. There's levels to it. The training stays the same. Right. You know what the training is? You know what the training is? You stay in the first 5. Right. That's for all beginners. Okay. Okay? Okay. I don't stay too long out the first 5. Whatever I read outside of it, which is the history and this, it has to go along with whatever is in that first 5. The law is repeated and rehearsed again through the mouth of the prophets to the people. That's what the history was about. So our thing is digging into this law. Thou shalt not. Mm-hmm. That's what this is about. Orders, commandments. He said, keep my commandment. A commandment is an order, something you have to do. You have to do this. That's right. It's mandatory now. Tamshi, Deuteronomy chapter 4.
I don't think they understand that. It's mandatory.
Oh,
I don't think they understand that.
I hope I can cause them to. Tamshi.
Therefore hearken, O Israel, to the statutes and to the judgments.
First of all, I'm going to make it clear. This God is a picky God. He's a selective God. Yeah. He's a holy God. Yeah. That's what makes him picky and selective. Yeah. Yeah. The only people he gave these laws to was Israel because of their forefather Abraham. That's it. But for them to be able to live right, for them to be able to live justly before God, nobody else was getting this. He wasn't speaking to the whole world.
I'm the special one.
That's you. God was not speaking to the whole world. He gave his laws to these people, us. All right? So he said, O Israel, hearken, O Israel. Hearken means to pay attention to the order and do it.
Shema.
That's what hearken means. Right. Okay? Tamshi.
That you may live and go in and possess the land which Israel, your El of your fathers, gives you.
Now, at this time, the reason why God said that you may live, because they're in the wilderness. Yeah. They're in hostile territory. You know what the wilderness is? The desert. They're in the desert. There's no water. There's nothing to plant, nothing to sow. There's nothing going on there. There's no tree to climb to get no fruits. Nothing is growing wild out there. So God said, look, man, all of these commandments that I teach you, you got to do them so that you can live, so that you can make it to the land. Okay? This was a filtering process.
Right.
It's called squeeze play. You squeeze him and see what he got in him. See if he gonna fold or if he's gonna get stronger in this. So God said, you gotta live these commandments that you may live. That way you can go in and possess the land, because they're not in the land yet.
Right.
In other words, do these commandments so you can survive to get where you're supposed to be right now. Thompson.
You should not add to the word which I command you.
All these commandments are not to be added on. Whatever we read here, that's the way it stays. So you cannot add on anything to these commandments. If God has us doing one thing one way, you got to keep it that way.
That's right.
30 years later, it's the same way. 30 years after that, it's the same way. This does not change. A new generation coming, a new way of thinking. That's paganism. It's called Neo-Babylonianism. Neo-Babylonianism. Know what that means? A new Babylon. That's today. Time sheet.
Neither shall you diminish from it.
And you must not take away from it. Okay? I can't give you a portion or a part. When they read the law, they read the whole book of the law. Did not Nehemiah read the whole book of the law before the people? Right. And he had 6 Levites on one side, 6 Levites on the other side to do what? And they caused the people to understand. Right. Like what we're doing today. Tom Sheep.
That you may keep the commandment of Israel your El, which I command you.
So before I start giving you all these thou shalt and thou shalt nots and if this and that, don't add nothing to this. Don't take away from it. I was taught by my father, do what you read.
That's right.
If it doesn't say that, why are you saying it?
Right.
You're adding on. If somebody say that, oh yeah, you can do this, you can eat it. Somebody comes up and say you can eat pork now. Okay? You added on and took away.
That's right.
You added on something that's not in there, and you took away from what God said.
Get your meat ready, get your meat
well
done.
When they teach that you can see, the teacher's supposed to be teaching about the diet.
Talk about it.
There is a diet.
Let's touch on that real
There
quick.
is a diet.
You touch on it.
All right. As well as we have a dress code, we have a diet.
Yeah,
and in that diet, the first order of that diet is not eating blood.
Touch on it.
If you did not make the kill, or whoever made the kill, the blood is automatically supposed to be poured and drained out of that body before it gets taken to the warehouse, before you bring it home, okay? Before it goes anywhere to be bought or sold for consumption.
Talk about it.
These people, he said, whenever you go and you hunt and you catch any fowl, okay, that is what? That is clean to eat. Right. So you have fowl, which is birds. Most birds are unclean.
Majority, that's right.
99.9% of birds are unclean.
That's right.
The chicken is an unclean bird. Okay? It comes from a bird called the jungle fowl. All right? Jungle fowl. And it's a theropod. The anatomy of the chicken is a theropod, meaning it has 3 toes and scales around it, like a lizard, because it comes from a lizard, which is the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Dinosaur.
This is for people who like to listen to science and stuff like that. Well, and you'll see that every time you eat chicken, you're eating a lizard.
Dinosaur.
You're eating a lizard.
And God frowned at you.
All birds lay eggs, right or wrong.
Yeah.
Lizards too, right or wrong.
Yeah.
Where do you come from?
You eat it, God frowned at
They
you.
said, what happened to the dinosaurs? Look at that chicken. That's what it is.
That's what happened.
The scales became feathers over time of getting used to the environment inhabited. A lot of stuff went down in the earth's early days when God formed it.
That's right.
There was a lot of things that went down. It ain't the same as it is now. The map wasn't looking the same. As man progressed in wickedness, God broke up the land and separated nations. So the continents was different back then.
Yeah.
A lot of things was different back then. That's why when you read Genesis, there are questions in there that will not be able to be answered. Certain things not going to be able to be answered. You gotta leave that alone. So you stick to the Lord. So we stick to what God say, and we don't add on or take away. So I'm not going to tell you that you can go to a restaurant and order flesh, which is meat.
Well done.
Well done. And you okay. I'm not going to tell you that. Because you're going to be, I would be telling you to eat with the blood and the fat.
That's right.
Because it's in there too. These people don't live like this. The people that make the food, the people that run this, the people that, all these people, all the farmers, everybody, they don't go according to these commandments. Okay? Turkey comes from the buzzard family.
It tastes good.
Okay?
That's right.
You see how big that thing is big. It's bigger than chicken.
It tastes good.
It's big.
That's right.
And it's also a theropod.
That's right.
I know.
Okay?
There was a turkey on Bowling Green. I went out there to do community service. The turkey is still this tall. I seen it this tall, and it's running around. You better not mess with that thing. It's running around.
It'll chase you.
It'll chase you.
It'll chase you. Like it still thinks it's a
Still that
reptile.
tall.
Yeah. Certain birds do that. Geese. Yeah. Wild turkeys will chase you. I got chased by a wild turkey.
When I went to that camping trip in Georgia,
They're big. Big. Bodies are big. Yeah.
AKA, AKA Dino.
You see, look. That's the delicacy of the heathen. And they have a day for that, which is Thanksgiving. And that day, that's the turkey get his day on that day.
Hero bread, chop it up.
The chicken get his day, guess what? Every week, every Sunday. It's a thing called Sunday dinner. Sunday dinner is in commemoration of the food that was put on the altar of the sun god.
That's right.
That's why it's called Sunday dinner. Day of the sun dinner. Okay? See, these are the things that we can't follow. There's no such thing as Shabbat meal. When we eat, it's food. Food. Let me get my Shabbat meal. We're adding on.
That's right.
There's no such thing as New Year's. All right, man. We don't have a New Year's in here. God said you begin counting your months, the beginning of your months. Never mentioned the word year, so that anybody can say Happy New Year. God never mentioned year. He never said the beginning of your year. He said the beginning of your months. We're the only ones that don't have a new year, a New Year celebration, or a day for giving gifts. We don't have a day for that. Those children didn't play with toys. You know what they was doing? It was either working with their father, learning in the field, learning how to hunt, learning how to kill, learning how to make swords, learning how to defend yourself because there was no police. Yo, do you know in this world of men, if you don't stand on your toes, you will get done off? Yeah. Men will take advantage of another man. Yeah. He will go in your pockets and take that from you. If he just see a little bit of sugar in you, he coming at you.
You will have to stand firm on all 10.
Okay, that's why it's laws for handling men like that in this movie too. Do you know that they said thou shalt not murder, right? That was for us because we didn't live amongst heathen. We had our own community. Okay? And I know later on in history, one man saw two men of Moab, and they looked like lions. They weren't bald-headed. They were heathens. And they were heathens. And they weren't bald-headed. Okay, yeah. And he jumped in there and killed them. It was wartime. It was wartime. They was hiding in there. Remember when they found Saddam Hussein in the foxhole? That's what you use when you ambush somebody. Dig trenches, dig a hole, like a tunnel rat. And he found them and went there and killed them. That's not murder. That's not murder. If you come to me to take my life and I defend myself and take yours, that's not murder.
No.
And even these courts today is starting to realize that.
I do that
That
today.
they're starting to notice that, people are more aggressive today. Even people who are not fighters got a lot of aggressiveness in them. Fire, when you shoot out a lot of fire, you get fire back.
Right.
So that's the way, that's how it goes. A lot of these laws was for us dealing with each other because we didn't live amongst them.
Right.
Okay? It said, the poor of thy people. One part it does say that, the poor of thy people. To make it clear, I don't have to go outside and give nobody money.
Right.
I don't have to give charity to nobody. I don't care diseases, marching down. I don't have to do that. I don't get no blessings with that. I get blessings when I give alms to my brethren. The poor of your people. If that's not your people, what are you doing giving charity to them? That's how picky God is. You'd be surprised. You'll be surprised. Time sheet.
Your eyes have seen what El Israel did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, El Israel, thy El destroyed them among you.
He's talking to the ones, there was a remnant in the wilderness, the ones that were left back. A lot of people, God killed off most of the Israelites for 40 years in the wilderness. This one want to bow down to this. This one want to do this. This one want to, all of them got killed off. God killed them off within that 40-year process, right? And now the ones that are still there, the good ones, the ones that behave, the ones that follow God's command, he said, you saw what God did. He said, you saw what I did to all of those that followed Baal Peor. Baal Peor is the name of a certain deity that Phoenicians worshipped, Sidonians, Jezebel. You know about Jezebel, right? Well, her family, her father, they came with this deity introduced it in Israel by the way of her husband Ahab. And he allowed this thing to go down, right? It means Lord of Peor. Baal means master, and Peor means opening. Okay? Opening, the opening, we checked it out, it means orifice. Orifice means any opening of your body, the human body. I don't need to explain anymore. That's what it's the Lord over. Okay? That's what it's the master over. Tell she. He said, now, all the men that followed that, the Lord thy God had destroyed them from among you. He said, look, you see what I did. I demolished them. All those Israelites that followed after Baal Peor, I killed them. Tell she.
But you that did cleave of El Israel, your El, are alive, every one of you.
He said, all of you that are alive is because you stuck to God. How do you stick to God? How do you stick to the Lord?
Keep his commandments.
How do you get close to God? I'm going to have a relationship. So one time somebody asked, how do I have a personal relationship? All you got to do is do his commandments. You do his commandments. You keep your mind on him and his commandments. You're going to develop a personal relationship. Look, he's going to, my Abba said, he's going to step to you. And only you going to know it's him. So, and now, you know what that's going to do? Look, we don't have a belief for Abraham. It boosts your belief.
Yeah.
Now, it makes you do more.
Yeah.
And this is where you get excited.
Yeah.
Now, you don't need too much proof of nothing. If it's, oh, wait, the most, that's it, I already know. I'm confident.
That's why I'm at now.
See, that's what blind allegiance is. Blind allegiance means I can't see the proof, but I know I'm a follower. I know it's there.
That's right.
That's why he said, ye have seen, you've seen the fire, but you only heard a voice. You know I was there, but you couldn't see me. That's why you need to follow me. You know I'm there. So you want that same effect, that blind allegiance. I don't have to see nothing. I don't have to, no angel got to come to me. Okay? And that means that you are ready to, what's the word? No. You are ready to accept and admit you're wrong. When you accept, you got to admit you was wrong.
That's right.
You know that, right?
That's right.
When you accept, you have to admit that you was wrong.
Right.
And that's the correction. Tom Sheep.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Israel.
I taught you statutes and judgments, not the statutes and the judgments of the world. The world and the nations have different commandments, different statutes. Judgments is the penalties for breaking a commandment or a law. Okay? They have different judgments to God's judgments. God said, if a man and a woman commit adultery, both of them shall receive the death penalty. Both. Okay? So there's different judgments. Okay? Most of these judgments of God, a lot of the judgments of God is death penalties, putting somebody to death. You can't do that today. But you go to jail. They say it's a cult. They downplay it. Everything godly, the world downplays.
Everything.
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 Everything. I see it, man.
Get away from me, man.
You can't be a man.
In fact,
If you stand up and be a man, it's a problem. If you be a woman, a godly woman, that's a problem. Oh man, why you dressing like that? Everybody is supposed to dress like whores. Everybody's supposed to dress and show everything on to everybody. What make me so special is your husband, and I'm supposed to only see this.
that's the normal dress.
See through all of this stuff, man.
It's normal. It's normal.
You know
to
why
wear
I say it's
tight
normal?
jeans.
Because they put it on the children.
It's
The little girl she's still in her Pampers.
No.
And it ain't even up all the way over her, and the Pampers sticking out. They're breeding whores.
Look, the normal dress code for a woman, show your body in the tightness that you wear.
That's right.
And show your
it more.
cleavage. And show your cleavage.
Show it more. Every
That's the
style
norm.
and every fashion,
It's the norm.
it gets worse.
Let's go.
Right? 10 years ago,
Let's go.
the dress wear
Let's go.
is worse.
Play games.
Look, it's better than it is now.
Come on, man.
There's nothing left for the
The only
imagination.
dress code for females is whorish.
Okay? So this is how our daughters and our sons got to get grown
Talk
up
about it,
correctly in these
Let's
laws.
talk about it, man.
Okay? You think they're not getting orientated by the heathen, but they are,
Talk
because you're
about
not
it,
putting
man.
enough time on them. You're not getting in their head. You got to get in their head because they're in school more than they're home. They're on the phones and games and all these things more than this.
Yeah.
So if the adults got to get their head focused, about the children. It said, teach thy children diligently. That's every day. Every day they got to get it. What I used to do, as soon as my kids used to get out of school, boom, first I drill them. What happened in school today? Yeah, I drilled them. Sometimes I went up there, they didn't know I was watching. I want to see if they're going to eat the lunch I gave them or eat that food in there. Yeah, that's what I learned from. These are tactics. It says supervise, right or wrong. When you're teaching people, you got to supervise them. You got to watch them. When you're learning and training yourself something, you got to watch yourself. Much more other people. The kids got to watch them. They got slick mouths. They say stuff under their breath. Yeah. Yeah. We don't be on them. Look, you discipline your child, however you discipline your child, there's nothing wrong with that. When you feel that you did something wrong, that's the wickedness in you. Because when you were young, you didn't want to get disciplined. That's why a lot of parents, a lot of children to act and do whatever, how they feel. Okay, that's your wickedness and you're destroying that child. Because the world period ain't a nice, this is not a nice world. Okay? And you're bringing them up in a way where they think they deserve all of this. Setting them up real bad. And they ain't gonna have God with them because they're not living in these precepts.
Setting them up real bad.
Setting them up real bad.
Setting them up awful.
Yeah, man. You're teaching them heathenism
To go against
and
God.
paganism. And then guess what? Guess who they're gonna turn on last?
You.
They turn on God first and turn on you last.
You gonna get
Those same little cute ones,
Same one.
girl and boy,
That's right.
they grow to be grown men and
That's
women.
right. That's right. Talk about it.
Okay? They develop into men and women with their own thoughts and their own minds. You might want to get into it now while their minds are still fresh.
And they're gonna flip
Because
on
right now they have their own mind of things. Okay? Time sheet.
That's right. Talk about it.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Israel my El commanded you, that you should act accordingly in the land, whether you go to
This is the key for you to go in the land. You ain't gonna just get this land and then you live how you want to live like the other guys that was there before you. This is the key to possessing the land. When you possess something, you don't possess it for one day, right?
No.
It's yours.
Those lines.
So in order for them to stay in that land, they have to keep the commandments. That was the deal. They didn't have to pay up rent money. They had to do the commandments.
That's the hard part.
That's what they had to do. That's all they had to do and live comfortably. They ain't had to go to work for nobody.
That's right.
The sons ain't had to get up, and the daughters too. No, well, I gotta go to work. I gotta go do this. I gotta hit the street. None of that. Because your pay is right there. Daddy got your pay in the field. Go out there and work it. Like they had their own land. Do you know what that means when you have your own land? You don't pay up to nobody. There is no mortgage. There is no utility. None of that. You live off the resources that God gave them in that fertile land. You know what resources is, right? Huh? Water, gold, barley. They're essential things that you need to make clothes with, oil, to eat. Right. Because they didn't use electricity. You didn't have to pay for electricity. You didn't have to pay for water. You didn't have to pay for gas. You see what we threw away? Because we want to be like everybody else. Now we under everybody else. He said, the same ones you want to go follow, I'm going to put you under them. Stop crying. Stop pointing your finger. Right? Focus. Because it's your fault. It's your fault. You left the Canaanites alive. God said, kill them, right? You know how these people lived? They were worse than the Egyptians. Do you know how they lived, man? They would find a dead animal body and take it home and eat it. They eat roadkill. They eat an animal that died of itself. All these things is what God tells us in the Lord not to eat, right or wrong. Everything God tells us not to eat, the Canaanites eat it.
That's right.
Everything that God tells us not to do, they did it. Leviticus 18. And that's the same thing today.
Come on, y'all.
That's the same thing today. It's the
world is
same
the Canaanites.
rules. Yo, all these people we reading about and these weird deities and gods, right?
Nobody getting it.
Look. They ain't that those beliefs and those patterns and those customs, right? And those ideologies are still here today.
That's right.
You just don't know how to identify it. A lot of the things of the people, the origin comes from ancient paganism,
That's
Nimrod,
right. That's right.
Babylon,
That's right.
where Abraham came from.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
And this is why we got to say, look, okay, the whole world get down like this. These are my commandments. If you follow this, you won't be like everybody in the world. That's the whole idea. So people like to use the word idea. That's the whole idea of this. For you not to live like everybody else before God. Time sheet.
Keep them therefore and do them.
Mm-hmm.
For this is your wisdom.
This is your wisdom. This is what's going to bring you wisdom, right? A lot of people will read this and say, this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations. They're not going to look at you and think you're all that smart.
Right.
Meaning, while you're living amongst them, their wisdom, they say their wisdom comes from them, but this is where you're going to get yours from. Okay? In the sight of the nations, they're going to see you and say, man, look at them weird people. That's the first thing they say.
That's right.
What is that? That's Muslim? No, it's not. First, they can't identify with it. It's strange because the world don't live like this, right? He said, and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. He said, for what nation is there so great who has God so nigh, meaning near? What nation had the true and living God rocking with them like that? Nobody. Nobody. Didn't rock with the Romans. They had gods and goddesses.
Yeah.
Didn't rock with the Egyptians. They got death gods, barley gods, fly gods, sand gods. Definitely wasn't the Canaanites. They made themselves gods when they died. You're nobody till somebody kill you. It's the same idea. You get famous when you die. This is how they worship you. That's why when you die, you don't have eulogies. Eulogy is a speech or something written in honor of the dead. We don't honor the dead.
Abraham did not have a eulogy.
We don't honor the dead. We do not honor the dead. We honor our parents. We honor on the Shabbat day, what God commanded. We bury our dead and mourn our dead. And the way we mourn is different to everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, you know how they mourned in here? They ripped it.
Right.
And they fasted. Go sit in the corner and cry. And take ashes and dump it on their head. Okay, we don't have a repast.
We ain't do gravesite every
We
year.
don't go. We don't visit the gravesite.
Gravesite every
No.
year.
No, that's worship of the dead.
Huh?
That person ain't in there.
Huh?
That's a decomposed body that's being that's giving nutrients back to the earth.
I'm gonna start going there every year.
What Adam was made from?
Watch.
Dust of the ground, the earth, right? It's where you go back. But the spirit goes somewhere else. So what are you visiting? Who you visiting? A dead. You in the graveyard full of dead bodies. You visiting all those bodies. You ain't just visiting that body.
You worshiping the dead.
You worshiping the dead.
Monkey.
That's part of devilism.
That's right, monkey.
Devil worship is behind all religion.
That's right, monkey.
Okay? Outside of this is devilism.
That's right. Talk about it.
So we got to leave those things alone. We say, oh, we Israel, we not like them, but we do everything like them.
Everything like this.
We do everything like them.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Do everything, man. We're not on no black trip, you know.
Say it again.
Black people.
Say it again,
We're
bro.
not on that trip.
We-
Any color could do God's
That's right.
law.
Man, with that revolution.
These people got split all over the world. These people here said they was likened to a speckled bird. You know what a speckled bird is? A bird of many colors, from light to dark to different spectrums. So some of these Israelites was light, like my brother here. Some even lighter than him. Some dark or darker than this brother here. Then you got browns. Then you got what he said, tees and tan to a white that's not white. But it's bright, but not white.
I forgot like that. Yeah,
But
charcoal.
that was to say, hey man, we're diversity, man.
Yeah.
It's not about a color.
It ain't no
thing.
black thing over
No,
here.
no. Ain't no black thing. Look,
Black is cursed. Black niggas is cursing this
the first
world.
people on this planet, black people.
That's right.
The first people to commit iniquities, were black people.
Talk about it.
The first people to pervert everything.
It's black people. God cursed black people.
So we're not on a black trip.
Yeah,
That was for the 60s. That was for a time. That was for the 50s. That was for that time. We have evolved beyond that.
Talk about
We are
it.
Hebrews,
Yeah, talk about it, gang.
Israelites, servants of the most high God,
That's right.
the only one.
That's right.
Okay? That's not black people.
That's right.
Okay? Don't get this thing twisted.
I don't like blacks. I hate
You know what I'm
blacks.
saying? I don't know. I'm not racist, and I don't like racists. I don't like to see a white person treating a Chinese person because of, I don't like to see a black people. I'm not with that.
Fact.
You know what? You know what I want? I like to see somebody who don't know this book, don't know God, and they got certain Lord things in them naturally that God say He like.
That's what I like.
Now I like you.
Now I like.
Yeah.
You got certain qualities that God like.
Now you're the best thing.
Hey man, He got one quality I ain't got.
Yeah.
You gotta keep it real with yourself.
Yeah.
gotta keep it real with yourself. Okay, now we cooking, now we talking. Time sheet.
Who shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this nation is a wise and understanding people.
Verse 9.
Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligent.
Forget everybody else. Watch yourself.
Yeah.
Watch yourself. Watch yourself. Your mind, you can allow your mind to steer you away from God. You cannot follow every idea that come up in your head. It's every thought that come into your head, you better analyze it with this. With the law. Okay?
That's right.
It said, take heed to yourself. How you take heed to yourself? Guard yourself from committing violations of the law. Okay? So I got time to be on you. I only got time to be on me because I can't make no mistakes now once I get this thing going. Any mistake, I'm going off the bridge.
That's right.
So I had to take heed to myself and keep your soul diligent. Means you don't go back.
You
You don't stop. You don't take a vacation. Bro, where's Mick at, man? Oh, no, Mick ain't going to be here today, man. Mick ain't going to be here today. So Shama teaching the whole day. Where I'm at? In the Bahamas somewhere. Nah, ain't no break from this.
Talk about it.
And if I'm in the Bahamas, that means I'm doing the same thing. The vacation stop. And I go make a convocation. Anywhere you go, it has to be done. So you can't go and be stranded somewhere where there's no, you put yourself in that situation.
That's right.
Because if you was in a place where, and then now you make a life decision, watch your life decisions.
Talk about it.
I watch people and they be one way. They be close. Here every Shabbat, doing certain laws, thinking a certain way. But then they move or they get married off. And they get
the main one.
No, it's keep
That
it
be the
buck.
main one.
Men and women.
That be the main one.
And then what they were doing depletes.
That's right. Say it again, man.
What they were doing depletes. You know what deplete mean? You're not doing what you was doing before since you got married.
Since I met
Since
you.
you moved. Since you got this job. Since this. Since that. That is your God and your idol now. Anything you put before God, that's your idol. That's what idol is. That's your God. Okay? Whether it's this bottle, a person, an artifact, a statue, that's your God. Okay? Tom Sheep.
Lest thou forget the things which thy eyes have seen.
You guys, God is talking to them. This is some personal stuff here. See, certain things, it's for them because we didn't see nothing. We you know what you're doing? We are activating that blind allegiance. They got shown proof. We ain't getting shown nothing. But if you fall through, you get all the credit for it.
Right.
You get the credit for the blind allegiance part. I say, yo, look, this generation here, they did it. These guys here did it. These guys here did it. And they kept it and held it. Just like them. You got to watch yourself, though, man. The same way you watch me, watch you. The same way you watch all my faults, watch your faults. The same way you can pick out everything bad and good about me, pick out yourself bad and good.
And you'll be ashamed.
Don't deny the truth about yourself and be in denial. Because you're going to have to come to the conclusion sometime and somewhere, I'm not doing what God wants. I'm not right before God. And if I die right now, it ain't going to be good where I'm going. You want to get to the point where I'm scared to die without accomplishing this. All right? That's what it is now. Because y'all going to die. Okay? And hey, I mean, what's so bad about it? What's so bad about these commandments?
It's morals.
What's so bad about it? Why everybody got a problem with it? We easily accept everything else that we say is good, but this is good.
This is good. Why
And
you
this is a
accept it?
problem. You know why?
Yeah, that's
Got
why.
a lot of wicked. That's why you gotta
That's
start
why.
admitting to yourself where you stand with God is not good right now.
That's right.
That's why you have a problem.
Look in the mirror.
That's why certain things say, oh, well, you know what? That's it. Throw it away. We can't use it. We can't use that no more. We can't eat that no more. And it's not a problem. No, it's not a problem. It's not a problem.
That's right.
We do without it. Once we hear that, well, okay, cool, it's over. But this guy don't like this. This guy here, he got a problem with it. He didn't want to throw it away. He still want to eat it. I still want to eat it too, but now it's not right before God.
You see, it's not right. You still want to eat it?
So when you find out, that's when you gotta cut. See, once you start to find out these commandments, then you start cutting. Every day of your life, you're gonna be cutting out stuff.
That's it.
Right now, the stuff you're doing, you're gonna have to cut out. Your daily life during the week is gonna get as you go along, you're gonna have to give yourself time to do these commandments.
And what if you don't?
You die,
Yeah.
and then you'll see.
Yeah.
Like I did when I picked up the ground, the dirt. I said, well, look, all y'all talking, right? I know one thing, and I let it fall
Facts.
to get for maximum effect.
Facts.
I said, well, everybody's gonna know what's going on when you go back down there.
That's right.
Everybody was quiet.
Yeah.
All the scholars and teachers and science, yeah. Because see, look, in Egypt, the Most High had Moses perform certain things, right? And they had their magicians, and they did the same thing. Oh, we could do the same thing. But then now, one plague hit them, they couldn't do nothing. Just remember that part. You can't match with the Most High. Okay? You can't, man. They tried to do it, and then after a while, the plague is hitting them. They can't get up.
Yep.
So what now? That's how we act when we get stubborn with God's law.
And we think we
Okay?
getting over.
No, you're not. And that's
We getting over.
look, that's the lust of your own heart. That part that you think you're getting over, you're supposed to feel that way because God pushing you away.
Push you away. You're supposed to feel that.
You're supposed to feel that way.
That's gonna doom you.
You're supposed to feel that way.
That's it.
When you see certain people, I guess, oh man, God, Most High working on this guy, working on this girl. You got to look outside of it sometime.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Some people, he make things happen to push them away.
Yeah.
Some divisions happen because half of it ain't no good.
Say it again. Some divisions happen.
Some divisions happen because
Separation.
some half ain't no good. This half ain't no good. They'll cut this half off of the apple. This part was rotten. This part was
Not
good.
good. Yeah.
Won't we do that?
Yeah.
What make you think God don't do that? What make you think he split them up? He split them up.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all want to act, you want to do your thing, you want to do your thing, and y'all want to fight each other,
Yeah.
and y'all want to team up with heathen against each other? Oh,
Yeah.
nah,
That's
okay,
the
oh,
difference.
split,
Right there. That's the difference, nigga.
split. Get it from back then. All the bad ones, that's why he says, see, all of you that cleaved unto the Lord are alive this day. Everybody who joined up with Billy is dead. And who killed them? God killed them personally. He said, I kill and I make alive.
That's right.
You know what that
I
means?
wound and I heal.
I wound and I heal.
Heal.
Okay, according to my righteousness, this is what I do. That's what he's saying. And he said, one part he said, who gonna question him? Who can question him?
No.
He said, who gonna question him?
No.
Who can say, hey God, why you flooded the earth? Don't do it again. Who gonna tell him that?
Nobody.
That's what God said. Like I said before, you can't chase this God.
No, ain't no mob chasing
You
you.
can't lynch mob him and string him up.
Come on.
You can't
Piece of
kill
wood
him.
and all that.
And he didn't come from a womb. He didn't come from nowhere.
What?
Only place I know he came from was from Zion. Paran, Mount Paran. It said the Lord shined forth from Mount Paran. You know when that was? When he showed himself to Moses. When he showed himself to Moses, those mountains that was in them areas, saw the glory of the Most High shining from behind the mountains. It's glorious, man. He showed Moses his body. He put Moses up here, and he walked past Moses, and Moses got to see the back of God. Nobody saw that.
Wasn't
The
metaphorical.
natural strength wasn't debated, never.
And it's not metaphoric. He did not see the past, future,
That's right. That's
present,
what everybody
and
said.
a whole bunch of magical stuff. None of that stuff happened.
That's right.
He actually,
He
God
actually
said, he
seen
said,
God's
yo, I
back.
said, yo, I want to see your glory, man. I know they messed up, but I'm not like them. That's what Moses said
Yeah.
after the calf incident. He said, he said, yo, man, I believe you. He said, man, let me see your glory. Because I see you pushing away from them. You're pushing away from them. But let me see, let me know I'm good. He said, yo, man, he said, I ain't gave any favor. And Moses is called the most faithful in all of God's house. So yes, he did gain that favor. He said, yo, man, he said, look, I can't let you see my face, man. No man see my face and live.
That's right. But check this out.
Okay? So all these Jake, Bill, Buddha, all these deities, I can see them right eye to eye. I pick the statue up and look at it. I bust the statue in the head. I throw it out the window. I can destroy it. What is it going to do to me?
Nothing.
What is it going to do to my children?
Nothing.
Is it sin?
No.
Will it be counted as iniquity?
No.
Am I cursed?
No. Ain't no bad things gonna happen to you.
See, people, the world believe this. They don't want to believe God. That's what made Abraham different. The whole world, nobody had the heart, an inclination to believe God when he appeared to them and said, walk before me and be thou perfect. Nobody had that in them back then.
That's what made me different now.
That's the only reason why these people got what they got, because of one man. One man set that off. Tough sheet.
Unless they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy sons'
He
sons.
said, lest thou forget the things which your eyes have seen. If you forget this stuff, that means it's not an impact on you no more. You don't sit and think about it no more. It's not in your mind like that no more to keep you going, right? He said, lest they depart from your heart. You know what it means when it depart from your heart? It ain't in you no more to do it.
Mm-hmm.
The little bit of drive you had, the little bit of thing, that's gone. God said, give me back.
I'm gonna take it.
Look, I gave you a little clay and you playing games. I snatch it from you. I snatch it from you. Now you're gonna bug out. Tom sheet.
The day that thou stoodest before Israel thy
He
elders.
said, especially, he said, look, don't forget the things you saw, especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb. Horeb is the same Mount Sinai.
Right.
All right? Mount Sinai and Horeb is the same mountain. Okay?
Okay.
He said, that day, he said, when the Lord said unto me, he said, gather me the people together. This is Moses talking to them. He said, when God told me to gather y'all together, he said, I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear. They have to learn to fear God, but they don't know God.
Mm-hmm.
They fear gods of wood and stone.
That's right.
So it's misdirected.
That's right.
And that's why people, oh, but how can God do? Because see, you only know that God.
That's
You
right.
don't know the true and living God. And this is a new thing to you.
Right.
Okay? That's why it's best to just accept it and move on. That's what Abraham did. And it made him great. It made him great before God. You know what it is to be great before God?
Mm-hmm.
And he had respect unto you because you live godly.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'm God, so be godly like me. This is how you could be godly like me. You can't do what I do. You ain't gonna be me, but you will be like me. We will be the same. We will think the same. Think about that. Lowly flesh, thinking the same as God, like David. Tongue sheet. Verse 11.
And we came there and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the heart of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And Israel spoke.
That mountain was on fire.
Yes, it was.
Y'all know how big a mountain is. Y'all seen mountains.
Huge.
And it was the whole mountain was
Whole
on fire.
mountain.
You know how much trees is on one mountain?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of fire. It's going to burn. It said it burned into the midst of heaven. That smoke went up into space.
Mm-hmm.
When they hit the World Trade Center, the satellite was able to, the smoke rose up and rose up into the atmosphere, into space. And the satellites was able to pick it up. And you could actually see that smoke. This was greater than that.
Yeah.
Because this burned for 40 days and 40 nights. It said Moses drew up into the thick darkness where God was.
Right.
It said, and then when God spoke to the people, that was, he said, I spoke to you in the midst of the fire, meaning it was still burning. This thing didn't happen for one night. The whole time Moses was up in there, it was on fire, it was topping. So he said, don't forget this day. That day, he told them not to forget that day. That's the day that you should be super scared. That should have done it for you. All right? Verse 12.
And Israel spoke to you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the words, the voice of
Who
the
can
Lord.
go in fire and speak to you and not get burned? Only God.
Mhm.
Only God could cause a person to go through fire and not be burned. It happened before with 3 men, 3 godly men in Babylon. They call them Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. That's what they call it. That's what the world knows them as. These 3 men got thrown in the fire. A room like this on fire. That's a furnace. That's what they had. That not a stove, what we got. A house and nothing but fire in it. They throw bodies in there. They throw bodies in there. That's what it's for. It's not for cooking. They sacrificed their children to those deities. And that was the chamber that they used to throw them in there. They said they went up in there and said, the man, look, the men that threw them in there, they got burnt up. They got burnt up. Okay? While they in there, the king looked. He said, man, these guys, he see them walking around and they're standing up chilling. He see three shadows. Then he look, he see a 4th one. He said, yo, I see a fourth, and it looked like the appearance of a son of God, an angel. So I know that these heathens, when they confront God, when they confront the angel, they know exactly who it is. They know. Because, why? Spirit.
Mhm.
Spirit. All spirits come from the Lord. Spirit. Look, they'd be 99% wicked. That 1% recognize where that came from. And that's when the person gets scared. I don't want to die.
Mhm.
I straighten out my life. I do this and that. Yeah, everything's good until it's time to die. Tom Sheet.
You heard the voice of the words, but saw no form. Only
You
a voice.
heard the words, you saw no form, you saw no shadow, you saw no similitude, you saw no shape, you saw no detail, you saw no color. You can't make a statue out of something you heard, but you can make something out of what you saw. You can replicate what you saw on paper. You can duplicate what you saw as a statue. That's why God said, do not make them unto you. Because back then, if you didn't make them, you didn't have them. Everybody had their own personal gods.
Yeah.
You, man, I come in your house and steal one of your gods, it's war. Your God and my God ain't the same because of our family, household gods. Everybody who dies in a family, all the elders, great grandmas, and all of that, those are the person that became the gods of that family.
Right.
And that's why you hear people say the ancestral gods. That's where that talk comes from. The ancestral gods is a mixture of dead people's spirits that was brung up from a familiar, a person that bring up spirits called a familiar spirit. Today they call it a medium. Anytime you hear somebody say they're a medium, they're a witch. There's a fancy word. That's why I'm letting you know the words.
Devil worship.
Okay? She's a witch.
Devil worship.
They use fancy words. All right? So if you hear that word, oh, well, these are medium, whoa, devil worship. You mess with that, you mess with their spirits. Okay? We can't mess with these things. And people mess with these things for money. Money. You'll be surprised. Most of this world, how the source of how they getting their money is from devilism.
That's right.
You'll be surprised.
Talk about it.
Burning incense,
Talk about it.
money incense. They got an incense, you burn it, and you're gonna get money.
Devilism.
Okay? I stepped in dog feces the other day.
Right.
Took my sneakers off, put on another pair of sneakers, stepped in it again. You know, that whole block, everybody walked their dog.
Right here.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Then somebody gonna tell me, oh man, you're gonna have a lot of good luck. I said, man, get out of my face with that, man. Why do first of all, luck is the devil.
Say it again.
Luck is the devil because you got luck and then you got lady luck. Anytime you got a male and female version of God and goddesses, you're into the devil. But the female and the male is him. He go both ways. He likes for people to go both ways. He represents both ways. Okay? You have certain deities that we read about them. One half of the year is a man, the next half of the year is a woman. Representing the devil.
Right.
That's why people promoting this homosexuality thing. It's all it's part of devilism also. All of that. That's one of the main, that's initiation. They use that as initiations. Okay? Dances, the songs, watch it. Most of them, positions. You gotta do it the regular way, man. You gotta do it the regular way. They call it missionary. Do it the regular way. Any other way, you are worshiping the devil. Okay? It is sun God worship. And once you worship in the sun, you worship in the devil. Okay? We cannot do yoga. Sexual positions and yoga is the same thing.
That's devil worship.
Okay? Yes, it is. Yoga is really, it comes from masturbation. Okay? It's spiritual masturbation.
So when I do yoga, I serve the devil.
Yes.
Talk about it.
You don't have to open up your chakra. There's no such thing as chakra. We got to leave all that stuff alone. Magic stones, beads, all right? All these oils, because I see it. And people making $1 million off of these things. They got people throwing little oils, toilet, all that stuff is no good, man. They're all idols and gods. God say no good with none of that.
Talk about it, man.
When you use them oils and all that stuff, you burn it. It's like you burning frankincense to idol. It's the same thing. This is what makes you different. Okay, Tom Sheep.
And he declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, the 10 words. And he wrote them upon two
That's the
tables
10 commandments, the 10 words. That's the 10 commandments. They even made a movie out of it, but nobody followed it. They made a big blockbuster movie. Nobody followed it. The whole world still. Nobody honored their father and mother. They changed the Sabbath to Sunday, and then they don't follow that either. That's all. Each commandment got flipped. Tom Sheep.
And Israel commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might do them in the land into which you go over
He
to
said,
possess.
God commanded me. I ain't doing this on my own. I'm under orders. Okay? If it was up to me, I wouldn't have been here. I was trying to get out the job. You see, he was a man fit boy. When God picked you, man, you may think you ain't worthy enough, but if God picked you, you worthy enough. Saul didn't think he was worthy enough. He hid. He said, oh, man. But he was so tall. He said, man, there you go, right there amongst the stuff, man. Come on out here. A lot of our forefathers think what you call modest. They didn't have pride. Right. Even when God picked them, one time, one angel had to say, man, don't say that, you wicked, because you're not. Right. You at a level now, you don't have to say you're wicked with the people. You at a level now, you can talk about your righteousness like David. That's what he told them. You don't have to do that, because he was doing it. You have certain prophets, they say we. And he didn't do it. But he's still with the people. He still have a unitized mind. But then the angels say,
Stop putting yourself.
Stop, don't put, you don't do, you got to the level where you don't do what they do. You got the same blood running through you, but you don't do what they do. So you don't say you're wicked no more. That's what he told Ezra. Tom Sheep.
Take therefore good heed to yourselves.
See again, take therefore good heed to yourself. Analyze my thoughts. Analyze what I be feeling wrong about. Tom Sheep.
For you saw no manner of form on the day that Israel spoke to you.
Watch yourself, because you didn't see nothing when I spoke to you out the fire. You don't have no business saying, hey, look, this is the Lord here. because you don't know what I look like. I can show you what I look like.
Say it again,
Okay?
man.
You're not gonna put me in cartoons.
Yeah, man.
You're not gonna put me in what's that? South Park, Family Guy, The Simpsons. Okay? You're not gonna have God
As a character on the car.
as a character on one of them.
Come on, man.
Okay?
Come on,
And
man.
if you see what they did with the idols and with the devil in these cartoons.
Yeah.
God said, you ain't gonna blaspheme me like that. Don't even say my name either. He said, don't say my name.
Right.
Give me my attribute, God Almighty. I'm the mightiest one. Give it up to me.
Right.
You call your mother by her name, you call your father by her name. You don't. And if you do, you're a dishonorable something, man.
Say it again.
You're very dishonorable.
Say it again.
You call your mother and father by her first name.
Say it again, man.
I hope you don't have kids. Tells you.
Lest out of the midst of the fire, lest you become corrupt and make a carved idol.
See, that's the reason why he did it this way. He said, "Man, I gotta let them know I exist, but I can't let them see me. So I'm gonna burn up everything, and I'm gonna talk to them through the burn up." He said, "Lest you corrupt yourself." He said, "When you get to see what I look like, you will corrupt yourself." How they corrupted themselves? They made a graven image of the similitude of any figure. You know what that is? They made a graven image, a carved idol, a statue, a teraphim of what they saw. He said, "Because I don't want you to do that." He said, "The likeness of male or female." So now, we're going to start with male.
Yeah, let's do this, man. Let's do it.
All right? The number one idol in the world, we know who that is.
That nigga on the
That
cross.
dude on the cross.
Let's talk
That's a
about
male.
it. Let's talk.
He's a man.
Let's talk.
So I'm not supposed to have nothing that looks like any man.
So that's wrong with
So
him.
that's a photograph, that's a sketching, that's a silhouette, shadow, okay, statue, painting, picture,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
of any man.
Yeah.
That covers all those idols that are men.
Yeah.
With lightning in his hands.
Yeah.
Another one got a hammer. He throw the hammer, and the hammer always come back to him.
Yo.
This guy could fly, and
Yo.
the sun is his power, and he can see. That's
The most famous one is Karate Kid.
Those are
Karate Kid. Nigga. Come on, man.
Daniel's son.
Daniel's son.
They got you hooked, man. Hollywood got you hooked, man.
Everybody.
Those are all idols being glorified in Hollywood.
Word up.
Yeah. You know, you can't admire your favorite rapper. If you admire your favorite rapper,
worship that man.
you worship him. To admire is to worship.
So,
You can only admire God.
so
You can't admire nobody on this planet.
if she ever come to you and ask you, do you admire her? Say no.
You better not.
No.
Secret admirer.
Say no.
All that stuff is no good,
I
man.
admire God, nigga.
And they learn that stuff in school. So I said, man, some of them kids, man, go up in their pockets. See the little notes they be writing each other. They be writing notes in school. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Do you like me? Check the box. They still do it.
To this day.
They still do it.
To this day. He was a master at that.
They still do it. And it's in fours. They got it folded up. And you open one side. Yeah. That's where the whoredom starts.
Start
The
from there.
whoremongering and the harlotry, the stripping, the prostitution, the backstage, all of that starts from right there at school, right there with those little, I got a boyfriend. Oh, yeah. All right, watch. She might have 5 boyfriends in 5 years. Okay? Don't know who the kid is. And grandma gonna be taking care of all the kids. Then she gonna start crying because she wanna go out in the club too. That's what we messing with today. Tom Sheet. It said female. The likeness of every male or female. Female. There's no such thing as Mother Nature.
Say it again, man. Say it again, bro.
Female goddesses and idols and gods in the female form come from moon worship,
Say it again, bro.
which is the devil too,
Say it again, bro.
which is the female side.
Say it again, bro.
Okay?
Say it again, bro.
So all these females that the Statue of Liberty, that's an idol, that's a god. Don't let your children go up in there. We don't mess with statues. You can't have a statue in your house. What are you doing allowing your kids? Or, oh yeah, I'm taking my cousin just came in, never been in New York. You know, this is what people do. Everybody does this. I'm taking him to the Statue of Liberty. Yeah. To see New York. Oh, we can look up and see, look here. We go to the museum. Every time you do this and look up, you worship it. Right. Y'all don't even know what worship is.
That's right. Talk to him.
Now I'm going to show you what worship is. Okay? He said, let's not be driven and look up to the sun and the moon and the stars and all the hosts of heaven and be what? Driven. You know what driven means? Have the urge. Now I got a wicked urge that, man, it must be something about that sun. We need that sun. It's a God. It got to be. Yeah. Just like that, you worship it. You worship it. But grass and trees was growing before the sun was made.
That's right.
On the word of the Most High God.
That's right.
Okay? God said all photosynthesis to stop, it stops. Right. And it's going on his word. Time sheet.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth. That cover all your horoscopes. Taurus, the bull, the fish, the goat, the half man, half horse. That's a demon. That's called a centaur. Okay? All that's the fish god, aka Dagon, the Philistine. You can read about it in Samuel. Dog is fish in Hebrew. The name of their idol was Dagon, Lord of the fish. Neptune, Aquaman. All of it is the same. All of it is the same. Masters of the sea, and Beastmaster, and all that stuff. You see where it's coming from? Yeah. You see where it's coming from? Yeah. Okay? Tom Sheep.
The likeness of any winged bird that flies in the air.
The eagle is the what? Is the logo of what? Of this country. That's right. Yeah. The bald eagle. Yeah. And it was before that, it was the logo of Rome. Okay? You know what the bald eagle stands for? Total dominance. And it is a bird of scavenger, a bird of prey. It eats dead bodies. So that's what that logo stood for. That's what that nation was about. The falcon, the phoenix, the bird that dies and comes back as fire. Don't all of this stuff sound familiar? All this dying and coming back and all that stuff? Nimrod started it. Way back when, Tom Sheep.
The likeness of anything that creeps on the ground.
Spiders, flies, roaches. You'd be surprised that somewhere, somebody right now, some corner of the world, they bow down to these things. Everybody just don't have or do. Some got creatures, some got insects. You say, and any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. Tom Sheep.
Unless thou lift up thy eyes to heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon, and the stars and all the hosts of heaven, thou shouldest be misled to worship them and serve them.
He said, and thou shouldest be driven. He said, in that book, it said misled. You mislead yourself. Because you corrupted yourself when you made these idols. So your mind, everything that comes in your mind is misleading you now because of the corruption. The misleading and the driven, the urge, all these things come from that. You open a new door that you ought not open. Right. And now that's why every thought that you got in your head is not of God now.
That's right.
It's going to push you off, bro. Come sheep.
To worship them and serve them. Which El
you know how you serve these idols? They have days. All the idols have days. They have the day that they were born. They have the day that they died. Okay? And they also got a day that they came back from the dead. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? All these deities and gods and idols were born of incest, adultery, rape, whoredom, out of wedlock, stuff like that. Read about them. It's on Google. The most famous one. Joseph which was supposed to be Mary's husband, he knew it wasn't his. He was gonna kill her. How ghosts get you pregnant? Why ghosts stop getting people pregnant? Where you gonna go? Where ghosts get you pregnant? You think my woman could come tell me a ghost got her pregnant? And some demon come in the form of an angel and tell me that's God's son. I'm gonna believe all of that, right? Yeah, that really happened. Y'all believe that story?
Come on.
The story have a lot of holes in it, man.
You got a lot.
Who is going to do that? You got men that's killing women right now, but thinking about cheating on them. And this guy is just, oh, okay. You gotta have a whole baby on me. And I'm gonna take care of it. Dudes go on Maury and find out that the kid is theirs and they don't want to take care of it. It's a story. Well-made story. And it's working. It works. Because it got everybody wrapped up in
The
it.
whole world.
Time sheet.
The whole world rapping.
Everybody, man. Time sheet.
Which El Israel has allotted to all the nations under the whole heaven. But El Israel has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be to him a
You
people
see
of
this,
inheritance.
man? Hold on. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, when you see the sun and moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, and should it be driven to worship it and serve it, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. What did he divide? The idols. That's what he's talking about. Should it be driven to the idols? He divided it all. You know what? The idols? Y'all get the idols. You, no idols. It's like that.
But El Israel has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be to him a people of inheritance, as you are this
The
day.
iron furnace is, it wasn't just Egyptians and Hebrews there. They were the first world power. They had everybody there. A little bit of everybody was there. That's what you call a melting pot. They also call New York City the melting pot of America. You know what that means? Everybody coming. You got people from the islands. You got people from Canada. You got people from here. You got people from here. Everybody. You got a section. You got the Haitians over here, right? Then you got the Jamaicans over there. Then you got the Spanish people over here. Then you got Chinatown over there. That's what you call a melting pot. And when you go on the main avenue, you see all people, all different types of people. Okay? That's people of the world. All right? It said God gave them these things. He gave the nations those things because that's their due. This is what the wicked get. They get a lot of money. They get fame, popularity. They get to do whatever they want, live their life great.
In this world.
In this world. And then they die.
Uh-oh.
Some shit.
But El Israel was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over the Jordan.
He said, God was with me because of you. Boy, does it grind my gears. You got to get yelled at for somebody else. You getting fried. He said, man, and it was your fault. Yeah, I messed up. It was your fault. It'd be true when people be saying that, man. He said, man, it was you. You know what you was doing, man. That's what Moses told him, man. Y'all kept messing with me. You know what they was doing? They wanted to kill him. Every time they went against, they stepped to him to kill him. They backed out on him, man. Dude come backing out on you every day. Every time he don't get his way, he back out on you. Everybody back out on you. You're going to get mad sooner or later. No. You're going to get mad sooner than later. Because Moses was a patient man. And even them, they destroyed that. And they kept messing. He said, man, listen, man. And he got mad and he said the wrong thing and he didn't separate. He didn't make God's name holy. He put him and Aaron on the same level as God when he said we. That's why sometimes when dudes be like, yo, we, I'm like, oh, speak for yourself. I can't let you speak for me in this matter. I'm not with the majority on this. You gotta pay attention. You can't let people speak up for you. And it's wrong. Because people will do that real quick. People will speak up for you and it's wrong that they would if it's right. You see the inclination for wickedness? That's natural. People are like that naturally. Tom sheet.
And swore that I should not go over the Jordan. That I should
He
not
said,
go into
God
my good land. God
swore to me. God God swear about it, boy, you know it ain't happening. Because I messed up. And he kept asking him, and he said, look, man, don't speak to me about this matter no more. Sound like my mother and father. He said, look, man, don't ask me that no more. Or look, I don't want to talk about it no more. He said, look, that, or sometimes they say, okay, but you hear it in their voice, like, babe, I don't want to hear nothing after I say what I say. I get the last word. Right or wrong?
Right.
You gotta give them the last word. Can't argue with them. You may not mean to, but when you see them getting like that, chill. They're gonna be good. They ain't that angry. They just don't want to hear your mouth right now.
That's right.
That's all. I can say that. I'm a parent. I know. I say, all right, man. That's it, man. I don't want to hear no more, man. I may come back to them later and open up the conversation again. But that's the power of the parent. The parent got power.
That's right.
We don't use it. We don't utilize it. We want to utilize it on each other, and the kids run free. I'm telling you, man.
That's America's way.
I'm seeing it. The kids are running free. They got a lot of mouths now.
That's America's way.
Well,
Make their own decision.
Talk shit.
Which Israel does give me for an inheritance, but I must die in this land.
He said, but I gotta die out here, man. He said, y'all gonna get to go in, and I gotta die out here. He said, oh, man, I feel sorry for him, man. He wanted to go. He wanted to see the land more badly than everybody else because he believed. Him, Joshua, and Caleb. They said they believed God wholeheartedly, 100%. No doubt. The people had doubt. God said, don't be afraid of them. He said, thou shalt not be afraid of them. That was a command. He said, thou shalt not be afraid of these heathen that I'm sending you to take care of. They were afraid. It brought back the evil report, which was a lie. Because if God said, I'm with you, you're going to defeat them. I already delivered them into your hands. And then you come back and say, nah, man, they too big. You calling God a liar. You mocking. You know that, right? Mm-hmm. You're mocking what God say now. And what you're saying is, yeah, I know what God said, but look at them. Are you more scared of them than God? God said, don't be afraid of them, man. I dropped stuff from the heaven on top of them. I sent hornets after them. One part of the book, it said before the Israelites got to hit them up, it said God made it rain in big, giant clumps of hail. Before you get to hit your enemy, God hit them. He fought for us. They had houses they did not have to build, buy, foreclose, none of that. You see how today people have to buy this house and fix it up? They didn't have to fix up nothing. They ain't had to fix nothing, Stokes. They had it good, man. So there's no complaining now. He said, pray for the peace of Babylon. You know what that means? You going down there and stay in Babylon for 70 years. He said, don't go against them. Pray for their peace. You know, all it means is pray that nobody invade y'all while you in there. So I would say the same thing today. I'm not American, but I'll pray for the peace of America. I don't want no Russians, Chinese, and all that stuff from before. I don't want that coming here. Because it's going to go down. You don't want this country getting invaded because it's over after that.
It's over.
The freedom is here. The freedom under their jurisdiction of this world is here. You can go outside and go where you want. It's not like that in other countries, man. Folks used to say third world country. He's always put it's like this third world, like it was a show. Third world country. You know what that means, man? You do not have rights. Only the rich have rights. Tough shit. He said, but I must die in this land, verse 22. I must not go over Jordan, but ye shall go over and possess that good land. He said, take heed unto yourselves. He said, yo, y'all about to be the ones that's going over, so y'all gotta watch yourself when y'all get up in there, man. So go in there playing around like you seen these guys playing around. Tough shit. He said, what ye made with you,
that ye forget not the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you.
He made a deal with you, man. How many of you make a deal and then you forget it the next day? He said they quickly rose up and made them another god. Quickly. How we just took our hands and we signed a contract. Yeah, see, people sign contracts. Nobody stick to the contract. What happened? You gotta sue them now. Man don't stick to their word at all. Period. Not just Israel. Man, period. As soon as I get mad at you, the deal is over. That's the first thing. Don't let me get mad. Once I get mad, I start to backbiting, threatening, empty promises, all types of stuff. I put God in it. Yeah, we gotta watch all that, man. Like the prince says, gotta watch our emotions. It's our emotions that are messing with us. And God tell us where to channel our emotions. He said, love the Lord thy God and keep his commandments. Love him with all your heart, soul, and might. That's where you give it all. We mess up because we give it to the wrong person, thing, or day. The woman too. You're supposed to do what this guy say. He's your husband, right? Because you honor him. And the reason why you honor him is because God said for you to honor him. The reason why we honor our parents is because God said for us to honor us. Then we honor our parents, you know what I'm saying? I'm quite sure you have a child, you ain't gonna want that child to talk to you anyway. But when you say something right or wrong, so why do you do it? Why do you do it? The kids get smacked up, put on punishment. Nobody can do that to you. So guess what? When God get ready for you, you're going to get it. Because we be acting like kids. Sometimes the kids act more adult than us. Yeah. Bent out of shape, man. You know why? Pride. I feel I'm supposed to have my way the way I want all the time. Pride. We always go back to that word, pride. And that's dealing with your emotions on treatment of yourself. Yeah. See what I'm saying? And this is the thing God's saying is to cut. Take heed to yourself, man. It ain't about you. It's about you doing what God said.
Say it again. It's not about you.
It's not about you. Look, it ain't about me. It ain't about us. It's about doing what God said. And now, us, we, me, you and I, our, them, we have a position in this. Okay? And that's it. This whole thing is about God. He created life. When he created life, here we go. We got everything. We got everything. We got stuff we got matter that doesn't have life in it. We got matter that does have life in it. There was a time when nothing had life. There was no such thing as life. God gives out life. He's not life. He's higher than that. Right. What God is, we can only, of our little fathom minds, understand. Right. You know what the meaning of a God is? When you have a God, there's only one. There's no such thing as more than one God. A God, if there's a God, there is no other. There's no room for no other God. That's right. Do you understand?
That's right. So, yes, let alone the goddess.
This is let alone that. There's no room for that. It doesn't exist. That's why he said, don't even mention their names. Right. Don't even mention their names, he said, don't you?
And make you a carved idol or the likeness of anything which El Israel thy El has forbidden thee. For El Israel thy El is a consuming fire, a jealous king. And thou shalt beget children and children.
God is jealous. God is jealous. Everybody in here know what it means to be jealous. I don't got so jealous one time that it killed somebody. You don't play with a man's jealousy. You don't play with a man's woman. Because that's what make him jealous. What make a man jealous? It's woman. So, if that being said is so serious, deadly, let's not make God jealous. Right. His jealousy, where you think man get their jealousy from? Where you think, it said a jealous man, you can't give him a gift to appease him. Right. He don't want no gifts. Right. Yo, man, I didn't mean to sleep with your wife, man. Yo, he was drunk. Yo, son, look here, man. I'll write you a check for $500,000. Take that and rip it up and kill you, man. Right. You don't want that. You see, y'all know the idea. Imagine God. You say he is a consuming. He said God is a consuming fire. Meaning when he gets jealous and he gets upset, things get set on fire. That's what happens. Tornadoes break out. Hurricanes break out. He said he do these things for the wicked. I read in another book, he said, all these things I do, that's how I take care of the wicked. He said 25,000 people died in a hurricane. They were wicked.
Innocent bystanders.
They were wicked.
They're not innocent.
They're not innocent. They were innocent to you. But this was the day that he was supposed to die. This was the day that he was supposed to be in a cab riding through this block when they have a shootout. And one bullet intended for that gangbanger hit that little child. That's how this goes down. It's not a fairy tale. And life, this is serious. Life is serious because God is serious.
You don't follow God, you wicked.
Okay?
I don't care who you is.
He said, look, man. Pharaoh said, wipe out all the males. That's what he said. Wipe out all the males. So when it was his time to cry, nobody felt sorry for him. All the firstborn in Egypt died. Yo, man, you want to kill my sons? I got something for you. I got something even better. All the firstborn died in Egypt. Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is? It said there was not a house in Egypt that there was not one crying and wailing. And we know how it sounds, especially your mother when she crying, when she lose one. Y'all know that sound. It's not a good sound. Make me cry. Okay? Every house in Egypt. Why? Because you did this. You did this over here. We do things and like it's not gonna have no repercussion. Pharaoh thought oh yeah, I'm God, I can do it. Yeah.
Genocide.
Yeah, genocide, that's what that is, genocide. It didn't work. Didn't work with the blessing that God gave Abraham. What you say, bro? Blessings don't die out.
That's right.
Blessings don't stop.
That's right.
Or get watered down.
That's right.
They go through generations to generations. It's tough shit. Let's finish this up.
When thou shalt beget children and children's children, and you shall have remained long in the
When
land.
you start having children, you become a granddaddy and a great-granddaddy. That's what it means. Tom Sheep.
And shall deal corruptly and make a carved idol like this.
See what it is to God tells you what it is to be corrupt. He said, and you go, he said, look, man, you guys gonna go in the land, y'all gonna have sons, your son gonna have sons, y'all gonna mess yourself up carving out idols. Tom Sheep.
Make a carved idol, the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of Israel.
Now, you make the idol, right? There's rules to that idol. And when you follow those rules, all those rules you follow, that's the evilness. That's the evilness. Okay? Tom Sheep.
To provoke him to anger.
Provocation. The word provoke come from the word provocation. Provoke. You keep provoking me. You keep testing me. You keep acting like you keep trying to play me, right or wrong. And after a while, you bust them in the head. Or after a while, you do what you got to do, right? Okay? That's the same thing with God. Or you put a stop to it, right? That's what God do. He put a stop to it or put a stop to you.
Right.
You don't want that, man. And he got so many different ways to put a stop to you. You don't have to die. He keep you alive. You can feel it.
Push you away.
And then push you out there, and you think you good. He gonna look. He push you out there, and life get great all of a sudden. Life in your eyes, that's what's great in your eyes. You gonna get it.
Get all better.
And you gonna be like, oh man, shoot, I don't know what I was doing. I was good here. Look, I got this. I got the 401k. I got this. I got the house. All that you ain't taking with you when you die. Tom Sheep.
I call heaven and earth to witness against you that this day. You shall
Only God could do that. Call his creations as witnesses. So you can't look, God see everything, and he got witnesses right there saying, yup, he did do it. Yup. He said, I got two witnesses, they don't lie. Heaven and earth. I got two of them. And look, I'm gonna call them up right now to witness against you this day. Because sometimes when you're doing deals, even marriage, when you go downtown and write a contract, right? Gotta have witnesses there. Gotta have somebody there, man. Because somebody gonna say, no, it didn't happen like that. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. That's why you gotta record it. You say, man, this meeting is being recorded. This conversation is being recorded. So you can't say you didn't say that, and you can't say you didn't do that. That's why they got these things. That's why man, they said, man, we got to find a way to catch people. People, they see how they did. They set Naboth. They set Naboth up. They set him up. They lied on him and said he blasphemed the name of the Lord. That's a death penalty. There's no proof of that. Nope. You have 2 witnesses, but they were lying witnesses. These witnesses that God called ain't no lying witnesses. Yeah. They're loyal to him and him only. Come shoot.
And you shall soon utterly perish from off the land into which you go over the Jordan to possess it. You shall not prolong your days upon
You ain't gonna stay too long in there, and they didn't make 1,000 days in the land. Y'all know that, right? Israel did not make 1,000 years in the land. From the time they went in the time of Joshua, to the time they got kicked out, wasn't even 1,000 years. Time sheet.
You shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall be utterly destroyed. And Israel shall scatter you among the nations. You shall be left few in number among the nations.
He said, you shall be destroyed. As a nation, you're going to be destroyed. Whatever's left of you, I'm going to shoo you away. Get out of here. Shoot, fly. Get out of here. Get out of here. You go over there. You go to China. You go to Russia. You go there. Your kids going to wind up in America. Yeah. That's called a diaspora. Diaspora means disbursement. Disbursement. Before the slave trade, before the African slave trade, the most famous slave trade in the world, we were slaves. Israel was already well mixed within Africa by then. Our diaspora started in BC time. So by the time it came to the African, there was no Hebrews walking around. Our ancestors became African.
Well mixed in.
Right? And then the 10 tribe nation got taken into Europe. So they became Europeans. Remember the split? And everybody didn't go the same way. The 10 tribes in 721 BCE got taken by Shalmaneser, the Assyrian king, aka Pul. And he took all the 10 tribes out and relocated them. This is what they do in jail now. They take you from where you live at, the area where you live at, and bring you into a whole different area, in a mountainous area. Where if you escape, you don't know where you're going. You don't know where to go. So you're gonna be okay with this slavery. Okay? They took them to Europe. And some Israelites went even further into Europe, all the way into the leprechauns, Ireland. Okay. They found stuff written in Hebrew. Judites that were traveling through the land. They said, look, we're not going to stay here and be slaves. We can't go back to the land. But we're going to go where no man lives. At that time, you still had a lot of loose land. And that was further up in Europe. That's why when you had people from other parts of the world say they Hebrew or they Israelite, I don't mess with them. Because we got scattered and dispersed. He said, well, shall scatter you among the nations. And that was in BC time. So by the time the slave trade came along, well mixed in. Thousands of generations well mixed in. Time sheet.
Where Israel shall lead you, and then you shall serve gods.
He said, God is going to lead. Wherever you wind up, that's where God led you. Ain't that, man? Dude, you can't blame the white man. You can't blame the slave master. You really can't. Because God puts you in his hands. He delivered you into his hands. Because you don't want to do what he say. I'm going to give you to the worst. I'm going to give you to the worst. I'm going to give you to the dumbest ones. I'm going to give you to the craziest ones. Because you want to follow them. Top shit.
The work of men's hands, wood and stone.
See, he said, and there, when I scatter you, later on down the line, that wherever you wind up at, you and your families and your sons are going to serve gods, not God. They're going to serve gods of wood and stone. The work of man's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, more smell. Can't do nothing but collect dust.
We're gonna be a few number.
And I pray to that and I confess to that.
Yeah.
And I wear this around my neck for safety. And the cross is a pyramid. Y'all don't know that? The cross comes from a pyramid. The pyramid, triad. That's the name of it. The pyramid is really a triad. 3 points, 3 angles, 3 sides. Every side, every point, every angle represents a god, a deity, a trilogy. Okay? Sun, moon, and star worship. The top of the pyramid is the sun. And on the other 2 sides is the moon and the stars. And then you have a female and a male representation and a baby representation. Don't all this sound familiar? And that story in the New Testament, old. Started up by Nimrod in Babylon, which is now today called Iran. Okay? And when God separated everybody with languages, everybody went their way with the idea of that triangle, with the idea of the 3 in 1, with the idea of we're going to serve gods of wood and stone like that we can control our destiny with because we don't want to deal with God. They were mad at God because God flooded the earth.
Niggas was trying to attack us, and they was going to get up there.
And God said he was going to get there. He said, you know what God said? All of man on the planet thinking as one. And what everybody said, man, if only everybody could come together. You don't want that. Not in the state this world in. Because back then, God said, look what they begin to do. And they all unit. They all different colors, but they all together. They not racist. They all think the same, which is wicked. Look what they thinking. This is what happens when they get together. No, here. Italian, this, that, and the third. Yeah. Keep you guys divided. You go there and serve your idol. You go there and serve your idol. You go there and serve your idol. When y'all do enough idol worshiping, and I'm sick of it, and it reached the mark, I visit you. You know what visit is, right? When the Most High comes to a nation, and he punishes the nation and destroys the nation.
To do harm.
Okay? By what? Earthquakes, by sicknesses, by stirring up other men.
That's all visitation.
Like
from
Putin
God.
stirred up this man Putin. Why is he so dead set on killing all these people? That's a wipeout. When you see a wipeout like that, God did that. You see what Prince Paul said earlier? I told y'all, every nation has an angel guarding them. I read about it in Daniel. He said the great prince stood up for this nation, but he couldn't go there to hold down Daniel in Persia. Daniel is in Persia, but he couldn't get past the angel that's holding Persia down. He had to go to war with him. It's in Daniel 12, I think.
Yeah.
He said he had to Daniel 12, right? He said I had to do war with him because God sent the angel to hold Daniel down in Persia. But the prince of Persia, which is that angel holding him down, he said, man, my order is not to let nobody do. Nobody. This is in the spirit.
In the spirit world.
So leave the leaders alone.
Yeah,
whatever the leaders are doing, God wants them to do.
Good and bad. That's right.
That's why I said, the prince know what you're talking about when he said that, man.
That's right.
Because I read it. I said, oh, shoot. Right now, America got an angel that God got holding them down. Every nation, good or bad, until their time is up. Y'all don't know what's going on, man. It's more than what's in front of your nose, man. This is more spiritual than physical. These laws deal with your inside more than the outside. Outside is easy. It's easy to wear this. It's easy to stop eating that. It's easy. But then now when you got to go in, 99.9 is my spirit. And then to keep it that way. Well, once you start doing this, you gotta keep it.
You gotta break
That's look. And you gotta keep it broken. Because if you don't watch out, it'll come right back. And that's when you go back. It make you go back. And before you know it, whoa, wow. Man, what happened, man? I don't see you no more.
Break your spirit, monkey.
Something got you. Something else broke your spirit.
Break your spirit.
That's why you always say, they say, break yourself, fool. He said, break yourself. He said, break yourself, meaning break your spirit. Allow this robbery to go down.
Right. Same here.
I said, man, why did he say that? But now I've been being studious.
Break that.
I
Break
understand.
That toughness down.
Yeah.
Break that down.
Break that defense down.
Yeah, break that down.
Break that pride down. Put a needle in your chest for God. Put a needle in your chest for your parents. Put a needle in your chest for your dad. And he will be even more loving with you.
Say it one more time.
He will even be more loving and understanding with you, I guarantee it.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about. I'm a man. I'm a man. As long as you here, look, we ain't never gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
It's me and you against the world.
Yeah.
Just don't get like everybody else in the world on
Yeah,
me.
say it again,
Don't
Johnny.
treat me how everybody else treat me.
Say it again,
You
Johnny.
ain't supposed to do that,
Say it
girl.
again, Johnny.
Right.
Say it again, Johnny.
Yeah. Because I got my place. I got to hold you down.
Say it again,
Right.
Johnny.
And I got to teach you this. So that's a job in itself. Don't make it harder.
Say it again,
Tell
Johnny.
she.
which neither see, nor hear,
Uh-huh.
nor eat, nor smell.
Uh-huh.
But if from there thou shalt seek El Israel thy El, thou shalt find them. Thou seek them with all thy heart and with all thy soul. When thou art in distress, and all these things are come upon thee in the latter days.
Okay. Last verse. Go to 39. We shut it down with that verse right there. Shut it down with that verse right there.
Know
Verse
therefore
39.
this day and
Know
consider it in thy
therefore
heart
this day and consider deep in your heart. Don't lie to yourself.
that El Israel, he is El in heaven above.
You know what he's saying? Make your mind up and get it in your head now that God is the most high God. He is the one. He said, know therefore this day and consider it in your heart. Okay? In other words, make your mind up that the Lord, he is God in heaven above and upon the earth beneath. There is none else.
Say it again.
Right.
There is none else. All praise is due to the Most High. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
Okay, so